Zach Greinke's 9-start, 8-week, 58-day winless streak, during which time he struck out 60, walked only 11. Batters hit just 220 against him. He gave up only 12 runs, and yesterday, with a Herculean 2 runs to work with, he finally won his first game since May 5th. And then there's a streak that continues, 20 and 2/3 innings without surrendering a run. Greinke's 1.58 ERA is the lowest in baseball. And now the Dodgers begin a 3-game series with the Diamondbacks, against whom they've won 7 straight, outscoring them 41-18 along the way. Mike Bolsinger, who came up in the D-back organization, it is his task to continue razzing Arizona. It's a beautiful night for baseball, and live from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, Sportsnet LA presents the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Arizona Diamondbacks in the first of a 3-game series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner along with Oral Hershiser. Delmar Garcia-Parra will rejoin us after the break. Dodgers have won 4, lost 3 on this 10-game road trip, the final segment of the 10-game trip. So far, the pitching's been very good, an ERA of 1.31. The hitting not so much, hitting just 2.08 as a group. Mike Bolsinger's been up and down. Down recently, gets a start tonight against a team he grew up with.
Yeah, he's trying to climb out of a little bit of a slump. Started this streak off of 4 out of 5 wins with the Dodgers with a nice outing against Chicago Cubs, but only went 4 2/3. But Bolsinger, to be good and to beat these Diamondbacks like he did back on June 8th, he continues to need to have the command with the curveball. He was outstanding against the Cubs with the breaking ball. The only little rocky outing was when he maybe walks a guy here and there. But Mike Bolsinger has been a great find and a great piece to the bottom of this rotation. But if he's going to succeed, you're going to have to turn to some bats. And the bats are starting to wake up from their June swoon. 20 runs over the last 5 games. And Adrian Gonzalez, he is a monster in Arizona. Since 2010 in this ballpark, he has hit .411, and his bat is starting to come alive. 3 hits yesterday. Adrian Gonzalez in the middle of this lineup will make this lineup go.
Well, the Dodgers have beaten the Diamondbacks in their last 7 meetings, and they've done it primarily with their big bats. We'll be back with the lineups and first pitch. Dodgers and D-backs coming up next. brought to you by the 2015 Jeep Cherokee with an EPA estimated 31 highway MPG. It's the perfect choice. Visit Jeep.com today. A frosty 108 degrees here in the desert. Thankfully, there's a big roof over our heads as the Dodgers and Diamondbacks get ready for the first of this three-game series, and its play begins tonight. The Dodgers a game in front of San Francisco, 6 in front of the D-backs, 6.5 in front of San Diego. Colorado 9 games off the pace. Our closed captioning brought to you by Shumash Casino, where we're all about you. And the Honda starting lineup put together by Don Mattingly tonight. It'll be Peterson and Kendrick and Justin Turner. Adrian Gonzalez has been hot on the trip. Yasiel Puig hitting 5th. Andre Ethier in left field. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate. Jimmy Rollins at short. Mike Bolsinger pitching and batting 9th against 25-year-old right-hander Alan Webster, a one-time Dodger highly prized prospect.
Yes, he was with the Dodgers from 2008 to 2012, then became a Red Sox for a couple years, still 14, then came to Arizona in the winter of 14. Only his 23rd big league start, and Allen has really made some changes already. Not just a fastball, slider, changeup pitcher. Now, this year, predominantly throwing his two-seamer, not his four-seamer. So they've really turned him into a sinker, changeup pitcher with a rare slider.
Webster and De La Rosa going tomorrow were part of the trade, of course. It brought Adrian Gonzalez, among others, to the Dodgers from the Red Sox. And away we go, the first of three. The Dodgers 7-2 against Arizona this year. And Webster misses high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Oh, the temperature has plummeted a degree to 107. Whew. And inside, it's 81 degrees. Now, if you're home and it's 81 degrees on your thermostat, you're rushing for the AC. So it's a hot night inside and out. Peterson takes high and away, and it's now 3-0.
Jock has not moved the bat, and I don't think he will on this 3-0 pitch either.
Webster has walked 10 batters in 15 innings. Make it 11.
That has been the key to Alan Webster. Great stuff, but hard to command it with tremendous movement.
Defensively behind Webster tonight, Jake Lamb at third. Nick Ahmed is a terrific defender at short. Owings at second. Goldschmidt, an MVP candidate halfway through the season. Peralta, Pollock, and Tomas in the outfield. Wellington Castillo beginning a new career in Arizona. He's done very well for him his first several games. Now Kendrick at 288. Howie, a couple of more hits yesterday. And he's taking all the way 5 pitches out of the strike zone. And that brings a quick meeting from the veteran catcher Castillo to the young right-hander Webster. There's not much that Mike Harkey, the pitching coach, or Chip Hale can do.
If you look at Alan Webster's pedigree, when he was in Boston in 2013, had some big league time. 30 innings, 18 walks. In Boston the next year in 14, 59 innings, 28 walks. And as you said, Charlie, 15 innings this year, and already now 11 walks.
And De La Rosa, the other Dodger prospect in the Red Sox deal, goes tomorrow. And Webster's 0 for 6.
This is where you just have to be patient as a hitter. Nomar, who is not with us, would right now tell you that Howie's got to keyhole him. Look for exactly the pitch he wants, but if it's not there, you got to take it.
So Kendrick playing with house money. Three balls and no strikes. Turner on deck, Gonzalez to follow. Howie with 6 home runs, 32 runs batted in.
Oof. Well, they can get mental now. You want to let it get mental if you're the Dodgers.
Didn't take long for Mike Harkey to come out of the dugout. Now, what can he possibly tell him?
You might want to get a psychology degree right here, but I have talked to some people that have been educated in this area as far as what's going on between your ears, and a lot of times you should go out there and not talk about baseball. You should ask the guy what he had for lunch, or what's the last shopping spree you were on, because you're trying to get him out of that baseball mentality, because right now he is just locked into a bad place as far as his brain's concerned.
Now you've got the hot-hitting Turner and Gonzalez, who's been hot, and Puig after that. Dodgers lost the first 2 games of the season to the Diamondbacks, and they've won 7 in a row. They're averaging about 6 runs per game against Arizona. Turner steps in at .320 with 11 home runs and 36 runs batted in. One of the few Dodgers who has had a hot month of June. So Turner, knowing that the young right-hander hasn't thrown a strike yet.
Well, it looks like the meeting, they said, you know what, get him away from his fastball, let's throw a slider. And Turner saw that ball as it was going to start right down the middle, but this one goes right to left instead of left to right like the two-seamer. Just didn't like the early information. He didn't like what the pitch did late.
Peterson and Kendrick from second and first. Turner gets hit by a pitch, and the Dodgers have a big gift wrap package. Bases loaded, nobody out, and yet to put the ball in play.
Another slider, but comes out of his hand early, so this backs up. The spin is rotating the correct way, but the release point and the trajectory is headed right for Justin's elbow.
Well, here's Adrian Gonzalez. And on the road trip, Adrian is 9 for 25, hitting .360. Peterson, Kendrick, and Turner. Dodgers with a glorious opportunity in the first, and Gonzalez takes high and away, 1 ball and no strikes. And it didn't take long for the natives to get restless.
He's not going to get any help from behind the plate with Mike Winters. Once you show a pattern of throwing this many balls, you're not going to get the edges.
2 balls and no strikes. Gonzalez with 4 career grand slams, .333 on the year with runners in scoring position, and it didn't take long for Mike Harkey to get to the bullpen. To the right side, Owings, there is one, the throw to first, and a double play. In to score is Peterson. Gonzalez angry with himself. The Dodgers take a 1-0 lead.
Well, Adrian won't get credit for the RBI because of the double play, and this is just one pitch. When you throw a lot of two-seamers and get ground balls, Owings does a nice job, and Ahmed, great turn there to get Adrian. Not the most fleet-of-foot first baseman, Adrian Gonzalez, but outstanding turn by the D-backs.
Well, Webster can get a chance to feel good about himself if he can get Puig. The makings of a disastrous first inning. Puig at .300 with 3 home runs and 10 runs batted in. Kendrick at third base. There's a strike, 0-1. So Adrian Gonzalez frustrated. Dodgers do have a lead. Puig hitting .182 on the trip. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ethier on deck. Webster's 16th pitch of the inning.
You see the tremendous movement that Webster gets, and that's how he induced the ground ball to Adrian Gonzalez. But that movement is unexpected at times out of his arm. Sometimes it's a nice 1.5 to 2 foot movement, and other times it's 6 to 8 inches. He has trouble aiming it.
17 pitches, 14 balls. Dodgers with the early 1-0 lead. Three and 2.
It's really going to feel like a win if the Diamondbacks get out of this with only one run. A 2-out RBI right here would really at least make this inning feel a little bit better to Adrian Gonzalez.
On 3-2. Well hit to right center field. Tomas, and it is Pollock calling off Tomas at the last instant. Well, Webster could breathe a sigh of relief, and the Dodgers can mutter to themselves as Mike Bolsinger gets ready for his 11th start of the year. Pollock, Peralta, and Goldschmidt coming up. As the manager of the Diamondbacks, and here is the lineup he has put together courtesy of Honda. A.J. Pollock having a terrific year. David Peralta and Paul Goldschmidt at .349, second leading hitter in the league. Tomas, after the slow start, been on fire. Jake Lamb at third. Castillo his 15th start with the D-backs. Chris Owings at second base. Nick Ahmed at shortstop. Alan Webster pitching and batting ninth against the 27-year-old right-hander Mike Bolsinger.
Bolsinger really started off the winning ways of the Dodgers on this road trip. After watching Clayton Kershaw and Zach Greinke get beat by the Cubs, they turned that series around by winning the next two, and Mike was the next on the mound, went 4 2/3, only gave up 2 runs against the Cubs. Didn't enter into the decision, but really got him off to a pretty good foot. And Don Mattingly and Rick Honeycutt managed that game like it was the 7th game of the World Series. That was a huge game the Dodgers needed.
Dodgers have gone 4-3 on the trip. They've won 4 of their last 5. This is the 32nd game of 34 games in 34 days. And at long last on Thursday, a real day off for everybody. Now Pollock into right. And there's Puig. So Yasiel Puig is in right field. Jock Peterson is in center. Andre Ethier in left. Usual suspects these days, with Turner and Rollins on the left side of the infield, Kendrick and Gonzalez on the right, Yasmani Grandal behind the plate, and Bolsinger on the hill, about to face David Peralta. Peralta .264 with 6 home runs and 30 runs batted in. Goldschmidt on deck. Giants are off. They're in Florida. They'll play the Marlins beginning tomorrow. Peralta brought up the third base line, and there will be no play. That's how you beat the shift. Rollins the only defender on the left side of the infield, and Peralta with the perfect bunt.
Well, the next 2 guys that are coming up, Paul Goldschmidt and Tomas, they're swinging the bat really well. So Peralta just finding a way to get on, not going to hit for himself. You see the defense where Jimmy Rollins is almost at a normal shortstop position and no third baseman at all. And so that is a gift base hit that the Dodgers will definitely readjust their defense the next time he comes up.
No third baseman, no chance. Now here's Paul Goldschmidt. He's in the top 5 of just about everything. His .349 average, second in the league to D. Gordon. Second in the league in hits. 5th with 20 home runs. 3rd with 62 runs batted in. And Bolsinger delivers a strike.
I was talking to Bob Brenly, who does the television side for the D-backs, and I said, so Goldschmidt's having another MVP type here? He goes, what I can tell you about Paul Goldschmidt is he does everything right. It could be a man on second and 2 out, and he could hit a pop-up and be frustrated, and he will run like his hair's on fire and play the game hard every moment of the game.
He's also in the top 10 in stolen bases. And oh, by the way, against the Dodgers, .335 lifetime. See what he's done this year, hitting in the clutch. Against the Dodgers in his career, .335, 17 home runs, 54 runs batted in just 66 games. He's been murdered. Riding a 9-game hitting streak. And it's outside.
And they won't mention the word rebuilding around here, but Goldschmidt at 27 years old is going to be around as they construct the roster around him. What they really need is they need pitching.
Diamondbacks come into the game with a .428 ERA, 12th in the National League. Bullpen not a whole lot better. Bolsinger falls behind, and they'll be building around Goldschmidt and the fellow who is on deck, Yasmani Tomas. He's hitting .315. Diamondbacks have actually scored more runs this season than the Dodgers have, and yet the Dodgers lead Arizona by 6 games. There's a strike. 3-2.
It's a 3-1 curveball showing real good respect to Goldschmidt. Throwing an off-speed pitch in a fastball count, but that's something that Mike Bolsinger does. And it's also a strength against strength because Paul Goldschmidt is a very good breaking ball hitter.
Let's see if Peralta goes. There he goes. Swung on a missed, strike 3, throw to second base, and he is out. A strike him out, throw him out, double play. So Goldschmidt is struck out, and Peralta is cut down by Grandal. Dare not run on Yasmani Grandal these days. 1-0 Dodgers as we go to the second. Hitters in the first and hit Justin Turner, but got lucky when Gonzalez bounced into a double play and Puig flied out. Only down 1-0. The Dodgers have the early lead as Ethier, Grandal, and Rollins will bat against the one-time Dodger farmhand. Ethier on the year, .260, 9 home runs, 27 runs batted in, but he struggled on the road. He's 1 for 15. Of course, he grew up in Phoenix, attended Arizona State, and made his Dodger debut here at Chase Field. Ethier takes a strike, and it's 0-1. So we'll find out, Earl, how big a deal it was for Alan Webster, who couldn't get out of his own way in the first inning, got out of trouble, and see if he can feel a little bit better about himself here in the second. Ethier rolls one to second base. Owings throws him out.
Well, immediately they go to a changeup right after the fastball to get him some confidence in his secondary stuff, and that seemed to be the thing that got him back on track in the first inning when they had the visit from Harkey, and they had him go right to the slider. And I know first pitch was a strike and the next pitch hit Justin Turner, but it seemed to get him at least into the realm of throwing strikes.
Grandal has done well against the Diamondbacks. And not especially well on the road trip. He's 1 for 15, 0-67. Rollins on deck, shift is on, and Grandal takes a strike. 1-1.
With only a few days remaining in All-Star voting, 4 days to be specific, Yasmani Grandal's in 4th place for the catchers. Dodger fans are going to have to get on their horse to get some votes for him. The way he's been throwing the ball and throwing runners out, and once he started hitting, this is a potent bat.
He threw out his 11th would-be base stealer to end the bottom of the first. Now Webster falls behind again. And another walk. That's the third walk given up by Webster. He's also hit a batter.
Shortstop, number 11, Jimmy Rollins.
One can only wonder what the confidence level is for Alan Webster at this point.
I think he's out there just watching the body language in the head after he walked Grandal right there. He was shaking it like he's trying to figure it out, and he actually was looking for excuses, looking down at the dirt where his foot lands. It's a pitching coach's dream, though. You got a guy who can throw 96, 97 miles an hour. He's got unbelievable hand as far as the way he can spin the ball, because you watch all the action. Now you just want to develop some mechanics to get him on line and get him out front so he can throw strikes with that outstanding stuff.
Alan Webster is 6'2", 190 pounds. Dodgers took him with the 18th round selection in 2008. And of course, he was part of the deal that went to the Red Sox. They brought Adrian Gonzalez and Josh Beckett, who we saw yesterday. Nick Punto, Carl Crawford. Crawford, by the way, rehabbing, apparently getting a bit closer to some rehab games.
I think he's going to play in 3 games this week at Rancho. And I'm sure they'll watch how he comes out of each one, and then maybe as he's doing well, expand the innings and the at-bats.
And probably off to Oklahoma City after that. The ball, a strike, in and out. 1-0 Dodgers in the second. Rollins takes a strike.
Back-to-back changeups right there to Jimmy. That's one that he'd like to swung at. That was up there hanging for him.
Bolsinger, not much of a hitter, is on deck. Grandal has not even attempted a stolen base this year. Dodgers as a team, the fewest stolen bases of any club in baseball, just 14. Diamondbacks with 66. A.J. Pollock by himself has 15. Goldschmidt has 13. The Dodgers have 14. And Rollins down on strikes.
Fastball, 3 changeups, and then finally a little bit of a slider. Doesn't break an awful lot on Jimmy, but does go the opposite way than he was expecting.
Bolsinger on Wednesday in Chicago, his first big league hit was a double. But on his first pitch he sees here in the second, he grounds out. That's that. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Tomas, Lamb, and Castillo coming up. Dodgers 1-0.
Paying attention to Mike Bolsinger, who takes the mound for the second inning. Welcome back inside Chase Field, everybody. Happy birthday to Rick Honeycutt. He is 61 years young today, and even the casual Dodger fan knows that Rick Honeycutt has absolutely been a staple in the Dodgers organization. The longest tenured full-time coach on staff. He's been with the club as a coach for 10 years. 21 Major League Baseball seasons on the hill. Of course, he played for the Dodgers. He has a World Series championship to his name. He's been to the Midsummer Classic 2 times. Of course, he's the only pitching coach that Clayton Kershaw has ever known, the Cy Young Award winner and MVP from last season. Naturally, he's worked very closely with Zach Greinke as well, guys, who could see his second Cy Young Award if he continues to pitch the way that he has.
Yeah, everybody's been talking about, and rightfully so, thanks a lot, the unbelievable first half of the season that Zach Greinke has had. 1.58 ERA. The birthday boy, Rick Honeycutt, in 1983, when pitching for the Texas Rangers at the All-Star break, had an ERA of 1.52. Then he'd be traded to the Dodgers, and he has been a staple ever since. Yasmani Tomas leads it off, and he takes a strike, 0-1.
When I first got to the big leagues, Rick was here as a Dodger, and he was pretty much my player coach. We were catch buddies down the left field or right field line. We come out for stretching.
And if you are what your record says you are, then he is among the elite pitching coaches in the game. Been with the Dodgers since 2006. In that time, the Dodgers have the lowest ERA of any of the clubs in baseball, 3.65. Opponents hitting 247 against his pitching staffs, and no pitching staff has struck out more batters in the years that Honeycutt has been the pitching coach for the Dodgers. To be precise, 11,881. So happy birthday, honey, 61. Jake Lamb on deck. Wellington Castillo will follow. Well, that would be 11,882.
Mike Bolsinger throws about 65% sliders and curveballs, and that's the slider, and that's actually a pitch that the Arizona Diamondbacks didn't want him to throw anymore when he was a Diamondback. It's one that the Dodgers and Rick Honeycutt, just talking about the birthday boy, added back into Mike's arsenal, and they've really upped the ratio of how many sliders and how many curveballs he throws also.
Jake Lamb steps in at 284 with a couple of home runs, 13 runs batted in, and he takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Bolsinger in his last start against the Cubs didn't last as long as he wanted to. Went 4 2/3. But that was, as you mentioned earlier, as close to a must-win situation that the Dodgers had faced all year.
That was as much about the situation the club was in as much it was about the way Mike was pitching. 4 2/3, only 2 earned runs, and got pulled from the game. But the Dodgers were in almost a must-win situation with this road trip the way it was starting. It had already gotten Kershaw and Greinke beat by the Cubs, and so that quick hook really came not because of his performance, but they just needed to win that game, and we're going to put the best person on the mound at every moment.
Hal, Peralta, Livator, Nicasio, and Jansen would finish up that 5-2 win.
Breaking ball is very sharp tonight. Watch how late it breaks. Just dives down there. Starting to throw multiple look curveballs too. The harder one, the softer one. I think he's been watching Zach Greinke.
Well, Bolsinger has brought his A game to this point, and he has struck out 3 batters in a row.
Always had better leverage out of the windup than the stretch. Seems like Mike, when he all of a sudden walks a guy or gets somebody on out of the stretch, the pitches aren't quite as crisp. But right now, out of the windup with nobody getting on, he is locked in.
Bolsinger grew up in the western suburbs of Chicago, a Cub fan. Had that big start against the Cardinals. It's quite a thrill from the pitch at Wrigley Field last week. And here's Wellington Castillo. He's been quite a pickup. Making his 15th start. Started the year with the Cubs and to the Mariners, and somehow has found his way here in Phoenix.
He's been swinging a very hot bat of late. A lot of doubles and home runs. It seems like everything that leaves the box when he swings the bat is hard.
Since coming to the Cubs, I'm sorry, to the Diamondbacks, 4 home runs, 3 doubles in his 12 hits.
I didn't like that pitch right there. Having a nice little discussion.
Veteran Mike Winters calling balls and strikes. Into center field for a base hit, so Castillo continues his hot hitting, a 2-out single to center.
I said everything he's been hitting when he's in the batter's box has been hard. He didn't disappoint on the scouting report. Hit that ball solidly, even though it was on the ground.
Brings up Chris Owings. Owings at 230 with a couple of home runs, 18 runs batted in. And he squares the bunt and takes it back. It's a strike.
Really odd to watch him square around the bunt. I hope he was just flat out taking, because with 2 out and a man on first, you're looking to drive the ball in the gap, not bunt for a hit. But he has been lost. You saw the batting average at 230.
And the guy on deck, Ahmed, the shortstop's at 227.
They really think that he is really Owings, and there's Ahmed, but both these guys have really need to work on their offense. Owings, a guy last year that really had a nice approach, has really lost his way at the plate.
Owings, they thought, had won the shortstop battle when the Diamondbacks would trade Didi Gregorius, who would end up with the Yankees. And Nick Ahmed came along Ahmed a better defender at short, and Owings went from shortstop to second base. Turner gets him by a half a step. And that will end the inning. No runs, a 2-out single for Castillo. Top of the order for the Dodgers when we come back for the top of the third. Peterson, Kendrick, and Turner.
Diamondbacks farm system. Now, minor league spotlight.
Stay after the game to see a musical performance at a spectacular 4th of July fireworks show brought to you by Cirque du Soleil's Curious. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. So it'll be Jock Peterson, Howie Kendrick, and Justin Turner. And as Peterson steps into the box, he walked in his first at-bat. They have the big shift on for him. The outfield deep and straight away. More than 50% of Peterson's plate appearances this year have been home runs, walks, or strikeouts. And now he squares the bunt up the third baseline, and that's the way to beat the shift, as David Peralta proved in the first inning. But Peterson fouls it off.
Jake Lamb not at quite as deep or in the shortstop hole as Jimmy Rollins was earlier when the bunt hit went in from Peralta. It's still beatable there. Chuck doesn't get cheated right here. You can see they want the ball up, and they get it up there above his hands. The barrel dropped below it.
Kendrick next. 1-2. Peterson on the trip, 136. 3 for 22. Go around. Yep. Punched out by Marty Foster.
Remember 2 pitches ago they beat him with a fastball up, so they went back to the well, and Jock just couldn't hold up.
Second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
First out of the third. .36 pitches in for Allen Webster. And 22 of those 37 have gone for balls. Right to Lamb. 2 out, nobody on. And that will bring up Justin Turner.
Baseman, Justin Turner.
Turner hit by a pitch in his first at bat. Didn't play yesterday. Homered and singled on Saturday. JT at 320.
With the body of work that he has turned in over the last year and a half, he really is all-star worthy. He's not going to win in the voting, but I hope he gets really seriously considered to be an add-on, an extra, as a super utility guy on the all-star team.
Last 9 games, 345, 5 home runs, 10 runs batted in.
He's in the top 10 in most offensive categories. If you lower the number at bats it would take to qualify. He's not a general qualifier, but anybody with over 175 at bats, he is right there in the top 10 in all the good categories. The only reason he doesn't have enough at bats is he just didn't get the opportunity in the first month and a half of the season. But then as it went on and he showed that he was going to pick up right where he was in 2014, all the way to the point where Juan Uribe was expendable at third base so that he could play more.
Dodger long-range plan on Turner, play him about 3 or 4 games in a row, then a day or 2 off. Keep him healthy. Into short center. Did Pollock make it? No. Second base umpire Mike Mulchinski, maybe 25 feet away, right on top of the play. And Turner with a bloop base hit. Worthy of a Carl's Cam review.
Coming in and makes a nice effort at it, but can't finish it off. So it'll be a little better look right here from Carl's Cam. The ball hits the dirt, the grass first, and pops up into the leather.
Ahmed did a great job of getting out of the way of Pollock. That play had the potential for some disaster. So Turner is aboard with the 2-out single, and Adrian Gonzalez bounced into a double play in his first at bat. The Dodgers had bases loaded and nobody out in the first. 2 walks and hit batsman. And Gonzalez on the double play took Webster out of serious jeopardy, gave the Dodgers their 1-0 lead. Gonzalez, 9th in the league with 85 hits. He was 3 for 5 yesterday and drove in a run.
And he's really starting to heat up. Starting to look like the Adrian of old.
Right to the shortstop and booted by Ahmed. And there is nobody at third. And so there goes Justin Turner with the shift on. And once it got past Ahmed, freewheeling for JT.
Ball is hit. Boy, it just comes up on him right here. Justin Turner sees it right there and immediately never breaks his stride and gets into third base.
So the error, and Puig with first and third and 2 out. Wellington Castillo stepping front of the plate, flashing signals just in case Gonzalez goes, and well, that's a long shot. Puig flied to center in his first at bat and takes up and in.
Really surprised that Arizona is actually playing on the bag with Goldschmidt over there with Adrian Gonzalez. With Puig up, who can go to right field on the ground. I'd get behind Adrian, have the responsibility, be on the mound with Webster to make sure Adrian just gets stopped.
There's a strike. Puig with 3 walks yesterday. That's Turner at third and Gonzalez at first. The 3 walks equaled a career high for Yasiel Puig. This is going to be trouble. Now Turner was hoping that Webster would throw to first, and when he didn't, he got caught in a rundown. And that will end the inning. Turner was hoping and praying that Webster would throw to first. And when he didn't, he was a dead duck. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 rundown. Hitters Ahmed, Webster, and Pollock, and JT Justin Turner caught in that rundown. He did everything right except he waited a little too late.
He had the right read, and with 2 out and him being on third, it just Yasiel was so far down the line and going to beat it easy that Webster decided just to give up on that play. And that's where JT, when Webster cocked his arm, that's the right time to go to beat it. Because then if it's bang, bang at first, Goldschmidt would not have enough time to get back and get him at home. But Webster pulled up because he saw he couldn't get the ball to first base and to beat Puig.
So the Dodger lead still 1-0 as Nick Ahmed steps into the batter's box at 227. With 4 home runs and 16 runs batted in. Done a little better over the last 9 games as he fouls it back. 9 for his last 32. And against the Dodgers, 4 for 13 this year. So defensively, they consider him a very big league shortstop. Can he hit enough to stay here? That was the question they first raised in San Francisco about Brandon Crawford. And Bruce Bochy said if he can hit 240, he'll be here for life. Well, of course, Crawford has developed into a terrific hitter, and the Diamondbacks are hoping for the same. In the hole. Rollins from a knee gets up, and he's not going to get him. Ahmed runs very well. Good job by Rollins just to get there, and an infield hit for Nick Ahmed.
The difference between hitting it on the ground or hitting it in the air as a light hitting shortstop, these are the balls that management will tell you you end up getting hits when you concentrate on hitting the ball on the ground. A weak fly ball or pop up, he's got no chance at all. But with these wheels and his light hitting average, he's got to hit the ball on the ground.
Which he did, and here's Alan Webster. 0 for 7, 4 strikeouts. He's not attempted a sacrifice. He's about to do so, and he takes high and away, 1 ball, no strikes. Ahmed out of East Longmeadow, Massachusetts, on the Connecticut-Massachusetts border, right by Springfield. And here is Webster. Runner goes. Throw to second. High and away. Ahmed with his 4th stolen base of the year.
Looked like a set play where Webster shows bunt early to get the defense, and Bolsinger think, oh, it's just a routine sacrifice. He squares around. Second time there, or just Ahmed went almost on first move. You see him leaning right there. That's not somebody leaning to get a good secondary lead in case the bunt was down. He wanted to run.
For the Diamondbacks, that's their 67th stolen base of the year. They're 2nd in the National League in that category. So an infield hit, a stolen base, tying run in scoring position. Nobody out in the 3rd.
The Dodgers are going to crash on Webster here and play aggressive.
A wheel play, and so Jimmy Rollins was the defender at 3rd base as Turner came crashing in from 3rd base.
Howie Kendrick roughing him back and then leaves that responsibility. He's going to 1st. Adrian Gonzalez crashing, Turner crashing, and Jimmy Rollins cheating towards 3rd. They receive the ball to cut down to Ahmed if they go that way. JT flashing the signs to the other infielders of what play they're going to be on. If they're going to go number 1, which is routine, number 2, which could be a pick at 2nd, and then number 3, the wheel play.
You see Kendrick trying to keep Ahmed close at 2nd. A.J. Pollock is on deck.
The hard thing about the wheel play right here is that Ahmed is so quick that it has to not only be a good job by the defense with the wheel play and crashing, but it still has to be a pretty firm bunt, because Ahmed's wheels are so good that even a bad bunt could get him to 3rd.
Webster 0 for 7 on the year. Has been struck out 4 times. Bunts it down the 3rd base line, but foul. And that is going to do it. For Bolsinger, that is his 4th strikeout.
Now Mike Bolsinger right there gives up the stolen base, but continues to throw the breaking ball, showing that Webster really can't handle the bat up there. Now he needs to bear down and protect that 1-0 lead against Pollock.
And Pollock having a great year. Coming into the game at .298, 9 home runs and 35 runs batted in. Pollock in his career, 39 games against the Dodgers, .316. And in his last 19 games against everybody, .435 with runners in scoring position. He pops it up. Grandal sheds the mask and runs out of room. First of a 3-game series. And for the Dodgers, this is game 32 of 34 games in 34 days. 15 and 16 in the previous 31. Oh and 1 to Pollock.
Nice little move right there by Mike Bolsinger. Inside move in case Ahmed gets aggressive out there, wants to steal. We haven't seen many pickoff attempts by the Dodgers all year. All the pitchers to second base, so I'm sure they've been scouted that way. You're going to have to make sure he stays close with your eyes and with your delivery.
1 ball, 1 strike. Howie Kendrick doing his best to keep Ahmed as close as possible to the bag at second. Peterson shifted slightly toward left center, not appreciably. Right to Turner, freezes the runner, on to Gonzalez, 2 out.
Justin Turner, who got caught up in the rundown trying to swipe the run, being the runner at third. This time checking out the runner at second on this ground ball and then squaring up, throwing it across the diamond to record the out. Now with 2 out and a man on second. Like Bolsinger trying to pitch out of this runners in scoring position situation where batters have hit .278 off of him this year.
Nursing a 1-0 lead with 2 out in the bottom of the third. Peralta bunted against the shift in his first at-bat. Dodgers still have the shift on. But Justin Turner is now manning third base, about 15-20 feet off the line. And Kendrick is in short right.
Well, right here, I know you got a right-hander on the mound, a left-hander at bat, but that guy on deck right there, you don't want to set the table for him. So even though 2-0 count, right against left, I still believe you've got to go after Peralta here. There's no pitching around Peralta to get the Goldschmidt.
Who this year may be the best all-around hitter in the National League. Average, power. 2-1.
That's a good sharp breaking ball right there that looked like a fastball, ends up a ball. This is not pitching around. He's attacking him with his best stuff. We know Mike Bolsinger is a breaking ball pitcher. So it's okay he pulled the trigger and just didn't back into a fastball.
2-1 with 2 out in the bottom of the third. Gonzalez gets a nice room service hop, and that's going to do it. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. When we come back for the top of the fourth, Ethier, Grandal, and Rollins will bat. A week from today, the 6th of July, when the Dodgers take on the Phillies, and help us celebrate the Dodgers' all-time leader in stolen bases, Maury Wills. First 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Maury Wills bobblehead presented by New Balance. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. So here's Andre Ethier stepping in. He bounced to second base in his first at-bat. Ethier 9 home runs and 27 runs batted in. And the first pitch, he fouls it off. In his last 15 games here at Chase Field, Ethier at .341, 3 doubles, a triple, and 6 runs batted in, and he's been on base 43% of the time. So he is home. Born here, went to school at Arizona State, and takes up and in 1-1.
I don't think people understand how good a hitter he is against right-handed pitchers. He's 15th in all the big leagues of all the active players against hitting against right-handed pitchers. I don't think he gets enough credit.
Drilled to right, if it's fair, and it is a home run for Andre Ethier, his 10th home run of the year. He becomes the 6th Dodger hitter with at least 10 home runs this season. And the Dodgers take a 2-0 lead. He's pretty good against right-handers.
.301 batting average, 15th in all the big leagues of active players against righties. And Andre Ethier not only brings an average, he brings some pop. Turns on that high mistake. Change up that stays up. We saw that pitch to Jimmy Rollins and a few other lefties, but Andre doesn't let it pass to see if it's a ball or a strike. He says, I'll make it a home run.
Now Grandal takes high.
Andre hit the ball hard, Charlie, the last couple nights and just didn't get much to show for it. 0 for 2 last night and the day before that, 0 for 4, but it was a hard 0 for 4.
That's a hard line drive off the bat of Grandal. Ethier has joined the double-digit home run club for the Dodgers this year, joining Jock Peterson, Adrian Gonzalez. Grandal is at the plate, Alex Guerrero, and Justin Turner. And for the Dodgers, that was their 98th home run of the season. They now have a 2-0 lead. And that was a rocket.
The city we just left, those Miami Marlins, they don't have a double-digit home run hitter that's active. We lost Giancarlo Stanton at 27. That goes all the way down to Bohr at 6 now.
And now the Dodgers are the half a dozen with 10 or more.
Something that definitely wasn't expected coming out of spring training.
Peterson, of course, leads the group with 19. And Grandal to left field. That one is deep. At the wall, and that one is gone. A home run. The Dodgers go back to back. Now 99 home runs on the season for the Dodgers, who lead 3-0.
First left-handed hitter, Andre Ethier, takes a changeup and pulls it with a line drive right down the line for a bullet. The next left-handed hitting hitter, Grandal, even though, oh my gosh, Yasmani goes oppo with this one. A changeup again, a little lower than the one Andre hit, but he goes oppo and stays on it right over the 376 mark.
Jimmy Rollins now stepping up. So for Grandal, his 11th home run of the year. Of course, a switch hitter, and all those home runs coming from the left side of the batter's box. Third time the Dodgers have gone back-to-back with home runs this season. Rollins a strikeout victim in his first at-bat, and that one is well hit to center field. That one is well hit, but it's going to be run down by A.J. Pollock, a step and a half in front of the wall. 400 feet from home plate.
Yeah, nice break on this ball. Ball's carrying very well inside here tonight. Pollock did a nice job. Jimmy has hitting some hard luck. In center field, you know, you almost have to get it up against the wall because Pollock covers so much ground. Jimmy's got to make a right turn back to the Dodger dugout.
Here's Mike Bolsinger, staked now to a 3-0 lead. Takes up and in, and Webster doesn't know if he's coming or going at the moment.
I think this one just slips out of his hand. His front side's been clearing too early all night. You see when the front side clears early and the ball comes out of your hand early, it's going right at a right-handed hitter.
It's 108 degrees outside. It is 81 degrees under the big top here at Chase Field. The Diamondbacks just came off the road. And there may be a cause and effect between the heat and the home runs.
When they come off the road trip, that's when they close up the roof because they want it open while they're on the road getting the sun to the grass. But then it takes about 24 to 48 hours to bring the temperature down inside the building. So it plays like the roof is open the first day they're back. The warmth is still in the air. The air is still light. And it'll be 78 degrees in here or so tomorrow.
Oh, it'll be fleece blanket night.
It'll feel cool when you come in from the 107.
Oh, it's a mere 81 now. Inside. Peterson up the first base line and foul. Supposed to hit 111 tomorrow and 112 on Wednesday. And after it's 100, what's the difference?
It's a dry heat.
So's the inside of a microwave. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jock Peterson. Well, we had the humidity in Miami, and we've just got the flat-out heat here in the desert. That one is well hit. Jock Peterson has left the building, and in a very big way. What a shot. Did it burn on re-entry? His 20th home run of the year. Dodgers 4-0, and their 3rd home run of the inning, and their 100th of the season.
It's appropriate that Jock hit number 100 when he's got 1/5 of them. But I'll tell you this, he's got way more than 1/5 the distance of the Dodger home runs because he is the one that hits the tape measure glass. You see all the smiles in there, and they're laughing at how far it went. They are not laughing at the opponent.
Oh, 400 and something, and a lot of something.
They were giving him the silent treatment in the dugout. Nobody was getting up to shake his hands, but now the waiting period is over. They're all greeting him. Andre's mad at him for hitting it so much further than his.
So the Dodgers with 3 home runs in the 4th. 100 on the year. Mine went further than yours did.
Oh, God. Well, that's that youthful energy that every team needs, from the veterans all the way then, and you like that injection of youth and that energy that brings the smiles to even a guy like Andre Ethier. You got Kike Hernandez there laughing, and Jock's having fun. And you play 162 games, you're together more with these guys than your family. You need some guys that have daily energy.
In point of service, of course, Andre Ethier in his 10th year is a senior citizen among the Dodgers. Jock Peterson in his rookie year.
Kike Hernandez reminds me of Steve Sachs when I played. Just kinetic, just keeps on coming out of his body.
Kendrick walks. Oliver Perez warming in the Diamondback bullpen.
Well, after having bases loaded, no out, and Adrian Gonzalez grounded into that double play in the first inning, the Dodgers were only able to get 1 run out of that situation. Now it feels a little better with those 3 home runs.
I mentioned to you the Dodgers with 6 players with at least 10 home runs. The Yankees and the Astros have 5 hitters with at least 10 home runs. So now here's Justin Turner, and he's got 11. Gonzalez on deck. So the Dodgers, who had bases loaded and nobody out in the first, could only scratch out a run. have taken matters into their own hands here in the fourth. Solo home runs for Ethier, Grandal, and Jock Peterson. Turner hit by a pitch, single to center. It was a blue pit. There was nobody coming out of spring training that could have foreseen that the Dodgers would have 100 home runs 78 games into the season. Well, Kemp was gone. Hanley was gone. Where would the power come from?
Exactly.
Drilled into left field for a base hit. And Kendrick on his way to third.
Justin Turner's been hit by a pitch, been jammed on a pitch that fell in for a hit, and this one it's right down the middle and he just stays right with it. And with 2 outs, Howie's going at the crack of the bat, and that's pretty easy to get to third at the crack of the bat, even though I don't like what I see in his giddy up right there. It looks like he's dragging a leg.
Chip Hale looking up in the Webster's dictionary. Done. Alan Webster is done. Adrian Gonzalez coming up. The lefty Oliver Perez coming in. And the Dodgers lead 4-0 in the fourth. Has always enjoyed his visit to the desert. Here at Chase Field, numbers speak for themselves. He has hit better here than any other hitter in any other park around Major League Baseball in the last 5 years. And he will be facing the lefty, Oliver Perez. Alan Webster knocked out after 3 2/3 innings. Perez, his 33rd appearance, and opposing hitters hitting .247 against him. The Dodgers have won 7 straight against Arizona and have averaged about 6 runs per game against the D-backs. And Gonzalez can really put the hammer down on the D-backs with first and third. And he takes low and outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Adrian looking for a little revenge after that double play with the bases loaded in the first inning.
Lefties are hitting .211 against Perez, and Gonzalez takes a strike.
And to counter that, Charlie, Adrian's hitting .281 against left-handers.
So you got Kendrick at third and Turner at first. 3 in, all on home runs by the Dodgers here in the 4th. One and 2. Gonzalez has a hit in 7 of his last 8 games, 12 for his last 31. Castillo. That'll do it. But 3 big blasts by the Dodgers here in the 4th. Ethier. Grandal. And Peterson's long distance blast. 4-0 Dodgers.
You can see the respective managers there, and we talk so much about the dominance that Adrian Gonzalez has against the Diamondbacks, particularly at Chase Field, and Andre Ethier over the course of his career against the Diamondbacks. But really, it's the Dodgers as a whole as far as domination over the D-backs. Since 2014, 22-6 versus the Diamondbacks. They've won 7 straight, and really, guys, against the NL West, they have been tremendous. The dominance continues so far here tonight.
Dodgers this year 27-19 against the West. You see the 3 home run hitters in the 4th. And a note about Andre Ethier. Ethier with the home run, 155th of his career. He is now in sole possession, 9th place on the all-time LA Dodger home run hitting list, 1 ahead of Willie Davis. 3-0 to Goldschmidt as we begin the 4th. Well, the Dodgers took serve from Arizona in the top of the 4th. Now it's up to Bolsinger to keep the serve. 4-0. Three balls and 1 strike to Goldschmidt. Tomas on deck and Lamb to follow. Up in the air on the left side, Jimmy Rollins.
The shutdown inning for Mike Bolsinger right here, and get that leading lady, especially Goldschmidt. When you're going right through the heart of this Diamondback order, you know right now he wants to concentrate and get back into the dugout with that 0 intact.
So Bolsinger has been right on his game tonight. Just 45 pitches to this point. Tomas a strikeout victim in his first at bat, and a high chopper to third. Turner will throw him out.
Justin Turner's been busy down there at third base. This chopper off the plate, that first step there is the key, because now he gets that in the air. He's got a chance to take that extra step. If he doesn't get the quick break and that ball ends up hitting the ground again, it's going to be a much tougher play when he's got to bend his back and get down there.
Now, wait a minute. Stan Conti is visiting with Bolsinger. Don Mattingly is coming out. Mark Wegner, the home plate umpire, wants to make sure there's nothing unusual going on here. Certainly a look of concern from Stan Conti. Well, he's okay. Conti came out in a hurry. And thankfully for Bolsinger and the Dodgers, he left in a hurry. 6 pitches, and Bolsinger retires Goldschmidt and Tomas. 2 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 4th. Here's Jake Lamb. Lamb a strikeout victim in his first at bat. Right to Gonzalez. And all Bolsinger needed in the 4th was 8 pitches to retire the Diamondbacks in order. Puig, Ethier, and Grandal will bat for the Dodgers in the 5th. This is game 8 of a 10-game trip from LA to Chicago, where we had a fellow with a baby catch a fly ball. Then down to Miami, where the Dodgers took 2 of 3. On to Phoenix, where it's 108 degrees. And when we finally get home late Wednesday night or early Thursday morning, the Dodgers will have traveled a grand total of 5,284 miles. And will have completed 34 games in 34 days. And they talk about the baseball season being a marathon. 4-3 on the trip so far. The Dodgers have won 4 of 5. Puig is 0 for 2. Oliver Perez on in relief of Alan Webster. So Puig at .295 on the year.
How rare was it yesterday to see Yasiel walk 3 times in one game?
Equal to career high.
I'm not sure if it was the pitches he was seeing or he didn't want to swing still to let his hand heal. He's definitely swinging a lot less since he's had to deal with that blister problem on his left hand. We've got it all padded up underneath the batting glove. We have not seen the aggressive early swinging that we normally see out of Yasiel.
Hand is heavily taped. Perez misses inside 3-1. Puig, since coming off the DL on June 6th, is 21 for 67. That's a .313 clip. 0 for 2 tonight, and takes a walk to begin the 5th.
That's news.
Andre Ethier, in his last at-bat, became the 6th Dodger to hit at least 10 home runs. Fair by not a lot, but just enough. So Ethier now with 10 home runs and 28 runs batted in. Of course, Ethier for about a year and a half dealt with blister problems on his bottom hand. Grandal, who homered, is on deck, and then Jimmy Rollins. Couldn't reach the breaking ball, and it's 0-2.
Andre's gotten better hitting off of lefties, but we documented his excellence against right-handers, 15th active player against right-handers. But Oliver Perez out there, a different challenge for him, thrown from the left side.
Ethier 262. Puig is 0 for 2 in stolen base tries. And Ethier is down on strikes. Ethier down on strikes. Grandal in his last at bat went back to back.
Ethier hit a changeup. Grandal hit a changeup. They just hit him in different directions.
For Grandal, he has 11 home runs on the year. All of them as a left-handed batter. Line drive into center field, and Pollock can't get it. You knew he couldn't get it when he raised his arm as if to say he was going to get it.
Yasmani got the wrong helmet on. He forgot Oliver Perez throws from the other side. He's got his left-handed helmet on as he's hitting right-handed. You see the ear flap on the opposite side. Now he's getting the business from the bench right now. Maybe he's trying to say, I hit the home run with this helmet. I'm going to keep it.
That'd be my story too.
Something. Look at it. He's going, shh.
Oh, you noticed? There's nothing they don't notice on the bench. Jimmy Rollins 0 for 2. The Dodgers in business here in the 5th with 1 out. Bolsinger next. Rollins down the line and right.
Jimmy Rollins has his correct helmet on, even though he's been flipped around to the right side.
Rollins struck out in the 2nd, fly to center in the 4th. Dodgers looking to tack on to their 4-0 lead.
Mike Bolsinger easing his way into the on-deck circle. There is a little action down there in the Dodger bullpen.
Joel Peralta. Now in the bottom half of the 4th, Stan Conti came out for a brief visit with Bolsinger. One and one to Rollins. Into right center field. That is Tomas drifting back. He'll make the catch. Tagging and going to third is Puig. His fellow Cuban countryman.
Mike Bolsinger's being called back.
And now Guerrero's going to pinch hit.
Well, Bolsinger's definitely dealing with something with a 4-0 lead and a chance to get the victory. Only went 4 2/3 in his last outing against the Cubs, but that really wasn't his fault as much as how the game was playing out. This one right here going right up the tunnel of the locker room, so we'll have to get the report on him.
So it will be the bullpen by committee tonight out of necessity. Alana, what do we know?
Well, unfortunately, guys, Mike Bolsinger has been dealing with a bit of food poisoning, apparently, that he suffered when we were in Miami just yesterday. He's been very sick all day. He's taken a lot of, obviously, Imodium. They had to have him on IVs for a better part of yesterday. So he's been dealing with that, and that is what I believe is why he's been removed from this ball game.
Well, Conti came running out, and they weren't checking his torso, not the arm, nothing. So you've got a sense that perhaps, whether it's the heat now, to find out perhaps it was food poisoning. From Bolsinger's point of view, he goes 4 innings and does his job. 4 strikeouts, no walks.
Mike in his last 8 2/3 innings has only given up 2 earned runs, so he's back on track.
So here's a chance for Guerrero, one of the game's best pinch hitters this year. And he takes a strike, 0-1. With runners in scoring position this year, he's .350. 3 doubles, 2 home runs. Of course, the big grand slam in Colorado. I don't think he could swing any harder, and he comes up empty. And now he's bending over a little bit in discomfort after that swing. He's still out of the batter's box and stretching a bit. Now Lorenzo Bundy coming down, wanted to make sure that Guerrero's okay.
Looks like he's arching his back and kind of wincing in some pain. I'll be all right.
Rarely does a player say, I'm not sure. But they're going to give it all he's got. Puig at third. Grandal is at first. 2 out. Dodgers looking to add to their 4-0 lead. And Guerrero takes high and away.
Every injury a hitter possibly has, or something that's nagging, tells you sometimes where you can pitch them. Most of the time you want to pitch them in when they're dealing with something with their hands or their back.
3-0-4 as a pinch hitter is Guerrero. That's fouling out of play. Has more RBIs as a pinch hitter than anybody else with 9. Tied with Cleveland's Daniel Murphy with 3 pinch hit home runs. So Bolsinger can't win it or lose it, although he pitches 4 shutout innings. Now the 1-2. Down on strikes, and Guerrero doesn't look comfortable walking back even to the dugout. That is an issue we'll keep an eye on. Dodgers fail to score in the 5th. Castillo, Owings, and Ahmed will bat against Joel Peralta, who will be coming out of the bullpen. during California Toyota dealers. Now, during Toyota's summer savings, you can save big on any 2015 Camry. And buy Jack in the Box. Taste the new black pepper cheeseburger today, only at Jack in the Box. Well, the veteran Joel Peralta, who has become one of the leaders in that bullpen, the veteran, now he's off the DL, feeling fine, his 11th appearance. A tidy ERA, and opponents are hitting just 160 against him. He struggled in Chicago in that 10-inning game where the Cubs would win on the sac fly. But here he is to pitch the 5th and see how the 5th goes, perhaps the 6th. Castillo leading it off. He singled to center in his first at-bat. And Peralta begins with a strike. Owings on deck, Ahmed. And then presumably a pinch hitter for Oliver Perez. Castillo, his 15th game with the Diamondbacks. This is his 3rd team of the season, and so he's really buttoned down and say, hey, okay, I can play. I'm getting a chance to play, and he's lived up to it to this point. 13 out of 48 since coming to Arizona.
They're catching him about 5 days a week.
Castillo fouls it off. Dodgers 4 runs and 6 hits and 3 more home runs. Peterson cracked the 100th home run of the season for the Dodgers. Ethier hit one, and so did Grandal. Dodgers lead the majors now by far with 100 home runs. Castillo out of the Dominican Republic. Was a Cub until he was traded to the Mariners earlier this year. Didn't stay in Seattle long, and the Diamondbacks really in search of a catcher since they traded Miguel Montero. Happy to have Castillo. Career .256 hitter. One and two.
Joel Peralta really is the veteran leader down there in that bullpen. He is the ringleader when he's down there sitting there and they're watching the starter go at it, or even another reliever. He's the mother hen down there. All the guys flocking around him, listening to stories and wisdom.
He's been down the road. Missing high.
It's a little different bullpen down there now with Lipitor and J.P. Howell. Paco Rodriguez now going to have surgery. There's Pedro Baez on the right, Yimi Garcia, Juan Nicasio on the left.
And after a rough patch of road for almost a month, last two and a half weeks, the Dodger bullpen has really rounded into form.
It's really not about the overall numbers right now, Charlie. It's about what components do we have that are active, and those active components over the course of this year have been outstanding. These guys out there, their names are now on the 25-man roster, and they're active and healthy. These are the ones that have really been performing.
From 0-2 to 3-2 in Castillo with a fly ball to center field. Peterson's going a long way back, and he will track it down. Once again, that uncanny radar of Jock Peterson, and he had plenty of room to roam here at Chase Field. Tracks down with a long fly ball out.
Now that kind of glove in center supports these bullpen numbers. These are the active guys on the current roster. And you look at that ERA of 1.78, the number of innings they've pitched, the whip is below. That's walks, hits to innings pitched, the strikeouts that they're coming up with. So you can look at the overall bullpen numbers, or you can look at the current guys down there. And the bullpen is firing on all cylinders right now.
Owings, the hitter, takes a strike, 0-1. They've all been terrific. Those who haven't aren't here. Owings with a line drive into left field. That's going to drop in front of Ethier for a hit. A 1-out single to left for Chris Owings.
The split finger stays slightly up, and Owings is able to get his bat on it. That ball's a little bit down or a little bit more action. He's going to hit a little weak ground ball or a pop-up, but just hung up there enough for him to put the barrel on it. You know, we talked about how good the pieces are right now with the 1.78 ERA coming out of that bullpen with the active guys. The guys that are not on the roster now that have performed for us, they've been in 75 games, and their ERA is 5.48. So that's why I tell you, if you just looked at the general bullpen numbers, they would be askew compared to what is actually coming out of the pen right now.
What have you done for him lately? Nick Ahmed with a fly ball to left field. Ethier is going back, way back, and it is gone, a home run. Nick Ahmed with his 5th home run of the year. The Diamondbacks are on the board. The Dodger lead has been shaved to 4-2.
Well, two of the oddest components for the Diamondbacks to get a base hit and then a home run. These are the two people that they're worried about their offense, but the ball is carrying in here tonight, and Andre Ethier makes a great effort to save Joel Peralta. Joel, just know he got the last 2 pitches up a little too high. Give up the routine base hit and that a routine fly ball, but the ball is jumping out of here tonight.
Remember, Castillo leading off sent Peterson deep into left center field. This is Danny Dorn pinch hitting for Perez. And we mentioned earlier, somewhat facetiously, that the air conditioning was not turned on until rather late with the Diamondbacks on the road the last 6 games. And so it was 81 degrees inside the building, 108 out. And you see how freely Peralta is perspiring.
Well, it plays like the roof is open for the first day that they're home, and that is today.
It's hot inside the building. Hotter outside. Dorn pinch hitting for Perez, and it's 1-2. Andrew Chafin is warming in the bullpen, and it's just foul. Dorn narrowly missing a base hit. And Yimi Garcia is warming up in the Dodger bullpen.
Right now, Joel Peralta's having a tough time getting a split finger and his breaking ball down in the strike zone. They're just kind of hovering around the thigh. There's not a lot of sharp break to them, and he's not getting them started on the right plane. Right there, a quick pitch. Watch how he doesn't come set. And this is not a balk because he is pitching with nobody on base, so that could be considered a windup.
2-2 to Bourne. 2 in with 1 out. A chopper. This is going to be tough. And they just get him. Gonzalez has never rushed.
Oh, and Peralta did a great job pulling the ripcord on the parachute as far as going for the ball or going to the bag. You watch the angle that he takes. You don't go towards the line and then run up the line. You play the ball, but once you know you're not going to be able to get the ball, you pull the ripcord and get to the bag. And right there is where Charlie said this is going to be tough because of where the throw's coming from behind you. Adrian Gonzalez has got to throw it to a place where he doesn't have a player. He's got to concentrate on the ball down and then flip it within his mind's eye, knowing the angle to get it to first base.
2 veteran players, and they're 2 out. And A.J. Pollock coming up. Garcia continues to warm. In this heat, it won't take long. Here's a strike to Pollock, who's 0 for 2. Dodgers sitting pretty until the bottom half of the 5th. And into right field. Puig is going back, and he will track it down, and that'll end the inning. Owings a .230 hitter with a single to left. Ahmed, a .227 hitter, hits his 5th home run of the year. Dodgers 4-2 as we head to the 6th. Strikes out, and he hits a home run. What did he do tonight? He walked, he struck out, and hit a home run.
And he catches balls in center field, too.
Well, tonight, the Dodgers, for the 4th time this year, hit 3 home runs in an inning. The only other major league team with multiple 3 home run innings this year, Baltimore with 2. And the Dodgers have 4 of them. Jock Peterson, again, this is his MO. He strikes out, he walks, he hits home runs. More than 50% of the time when he steps into the batter's box. Walked and scored a run in his first at-bat, struck out in the 3rd, and hit a home run that just recently landed. Andrew Chafin's 29th appearance, and he has been very solid for them. Their 3rd pitcher of the night. Oliver Perez went an inning and the 3rd. Alan Webster, the former Dodger, got rocked around the clock. So Peterson now with 20 home runs on the year. First pitch. Throws his bat away in disgust.
Very rarely do you have to teach a young hitter to hit for average. Usually a young hitter comes to the big leagues and establishes his average, and then the power starts to come. And that's the really appealing thing about Jock, is that he is not afraid to let the bat go, and the power is there. And there you are, he and Mark McGwire talking about the swing and what happened right there. And he loves to talk hitting. Justin Turner had an interview the other day, and also I was just talking to him on the bus. How much he loves talking hitting with Jock Peterson, a guy who just can't wait to get to the ballpark and can't wait to learn some more.
Turner on deck, and he's 2 for 2, has been hit by a pitch. Kendrick, in 3 plate appearances, has walked twice and bounced to third. Dodgers 4-2 in the top of the 6th. Chafin got it up there at 94. He's an Ohio boy. Went to Kent State. Made 3 starts last year. And a one-hopper to second. Kendrick retired. Well, the official diagnosis from the Dodger clubhouse regarding Mike Bolsinger: flu-like symptoms, which is a nice way of saying he don't feel too good. So he came out of the game, and now it's going to be up to the Dodger bullpen the rest of the way.
Well, you don't wish somebody feeling bad at all, but I am glad that's what's feeling wrong with him. He didn't want anything to be with the legs, the back, the arm, the shoulder, the elbow. And get rid of the flu-like symptoms.
Lots of ginger ale. Jimmy Garcia warming up for the Dodgers. He'll pitch next, so this will be a bullpen by committee to the finish line tonight. And there's Jimmy.
Well, we saw this the last time Mike Bolsinger started in Chicago, 4 2/3, and it wasn't because of his execution he got pulled, because the Dodgers really needed to win that game. And a parade of relievers came out and shut down the Cubs. And that really turned this road trip around.
Dodger pitching on this road trip. Coming into the game, a 131 earned run average. Turner takes a strike.
Over the last 5 games, the Dodger offense has scored 20 runs, and that grand total of 2 for Zach Greinke was a godsend to get him his first win in a long time, even though he had an ERA around 1.7 in the 9 starts that he was waiting to get his win. The offense looks like it's coming out of its June gloom.
For Greinke, it took just 58 days to win a game, despite an ERA of about $1.50, and had 2 whole runs to work with yesterday, and one of them came on a double play ball where the first baseman Bohr couldn't keep his foot on the bag. Turner down on strikes. Dodgers go in order. Jimmy Garcia is about to make his 36th appearance out of the bullpen, more than any other rookie pitcher this season. We go to the bottom of the 6th.
strike two pitch is hit back to the box, dribbling to second. Samuel on the bag, throws to first, double play. Fernando Valenzuela has pitched a no-hitter. If you have a sombrero, throw it to the sky.
25 years ago tonight, and earlier 25 years ago tonight, Dave Stewart threw a no-hitter for the Toronto Blue Jays, pitching for the Oakland Athletics, and his manager, here's Dave Stewart, his manager was his boss then, his boss now, Tony La Russa. So congratulations to both. Alana will be joining us in just a moment to further amplify the story. We both know where we were 25 years ago tonight. Where were you?
I was in a slightly embarrassing place on the disabled list for the Dodgers, and they allowed me to come to the ballpark early rehab, and I went to the Janet Jackson concert. Woke up the next morning, found out Fernando threw the no-hitter, and so did Dave Stewart. Got the LA Times, saw that they were on the cover of it, went out and bought a half a dozen copies, went to a frame shop, got them all framed up nicely to Fernando, and gave them to him as a present when I got to the ballpark that day for my rehab.
David Peralta leading off against Yimi Garcia.
So some of this video we're showing in the highlights of Fernando's no-hitter is the first time I've seen it.
Oh, it was in all the papers. 25 years ago tonight, I was in a studio in Bristol on a relatively new show called Baseball Tonight. And we had Stewart's no-hitter and then Fernando's no-hitter, and needless to say, we were rather busy that evening.
That's when you had to stay up late for the West Coast games.
And those were the West Coast games you didn't mind staying up late for.
How'd you like those West Coast extra inning games? With two non-contenders.
You waited till the bitter end.
Seattle against somebody.
And it didn't matter. Except it was pushing 4 o'clock in the morning.
And what time were you expected to be in the office the next day? Like 6 at night? 7 at night?
Yeah, I guess. That's 25 years ago. I remember this particular game, what time I had to be the next day.
With Fernando's no-hitter, yeah. 2 in one day. What a great show.
That was when Baseball Tonight was in its infancy.
And the last out was Pedro Guerrero. That double play ball, Pedro hit that ball up the middle.
And then there were sombreros into the sky.
Yeah, it was a great line from Vinny.
David Peralta, an infield hit, and he's grounded out. Goldschmidt on deck. Tomas to follow, and Peralta stays alive.
You know how well loved Vin Scully is by the Dodger fans, but you really come to find out how well loved he's by everyone in baseball as we travel to ballparks that Vinny used to now come to, and I get the pleasure of doing the games with you and Nomar. The girls in the dining room tonight, Peg and Deborah, were saying, you tell Mr. Scully we said hi, and we miss him.
Peralta takes a call, strike 3. Now more on Fernando Valenzuela's 25th anniversary of the no-hitter with Alana.
Guys, I was 15 and a sophomore in high school, so chew on that for a little bit. But you just heard Vince Scully on the call of the no-hitter. Jaime Jardín has also covered Fernando Valenzuela for the majority of his career, and unfortunately Jaime was in the hospital at the time of the no-hitter, but he said what was so amazing about that was that Fernando burst onto the scene in 1980. He didn't throw the no-hitter until 10 years later. He had already cemented himself into Dodgers lore with the Mexican community and the Mexican-American community. The fact that he was able to do it at that point of his career is what Jaime remembers the most, guys.
And what I remember most about Jaime was when Fernando, in his rookie year, was going through Fernando Mania and then on into the World Series. Jaime served as his interpreter.
Yes.
And so, of course, Jaime and Fernando have a rich history together that goes back 34 years.
And my history with Fernando goes back to Double-A ball, the year that he was called up to the Dodgers, because he was my teammate in San Antonio and used to help him with rides to the ballpark and getting around and learning the new culture. We were in the same apartment complex in San Antonio.
Goldschmidt 0 for 2 tonight. Strike him out, throw him out, double play in the first inning. He was struck out, and Peralta was thrown out by Grandal. Then he popped to short. 1-2 from Garcia, and Goldschmidt will live to see another pitch. The 1-2 up and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Paul Goldschmidt, riding a 9-game hitting streak. 347. Second in the league to D. Gordon. 20 home runs, 5th in the league, is 62 RBIs, 3rd in the league. He's walked more than anybody else. And Garcia hoping he had strike 3.
A breaking ball that was outside. When Yimi falls off the mound towards first base, sometimes your eyes can deceive you from the mound. Now Zach Greinke, the way he finishes and follows through with the head stable and straight at it, he could umpire his own game.
To the right side, Goldschmidt now has a 10-game hitting streak. Goldschmidt tempting Puig's arm, and that would have been a big mistake. One out, one on.
Oh, the Morongo slow-mo cam. As only Morongo can pick this one up. It was hit so hard by Howie Kendrick. Just missing it.
Now Yasmani Tomas. And Goldschmidt, don't fall asleep on him. He's got 13 stolen bases.
And that's exactly how I think he gets his stolen bases, that he's one of those guys that's so attentive to the details of the game and understands his own speed, that it's not blazing, of course, but it's average. But average can be applied to the right equation and still be successful.
Grandal threw out his 11th would-be base stealer tonight. Dodgers are 7-2 this year against the Diamondbacks. Lost the first 2 of the season here and have won 7 in a row. Giants are off tonight. They begin a series with the Marlins in Florida tomorrow. Jake Lamb on deck. The 0-1 to Tomas.
This is a momentum changing inning. The Dodgers can keep it on their side. They broke on top 4-0 with the 3 solo homers and the squeak run in the first. But Arizona got the 2. You got to keep them on the canvas here.
Ahmed a home run. Tomas to left, and he's got a home run. And with that, the Diamondbacks have tied it. The Dodgers immediately wonder whether or not there might have been fan interference. Mattingly's going to go out and talk. Tim Wallach on the phone downstairs to the tape room with John Pratt.
Let's take a look at the swing first that hits it out there for this possible home run. It's an up fastball, and he just gets on top of it and hits a bullet out there to left.
Oh, that's Jeffrey Mayer.
Yeah, I think we might have a chance to get this one overturned. Looks like the ball, looks like it hits off the fan's wrist and deflects over the fence. And he is definitely reaching over the yellow line.
Shirt.
The ball must clear the yellow line, not hit the yellow line, but clear the yellow line. And if the fan reaches over and helps the ball over the yellow line, we can rule it a ground rule double. I think the fact that that is over, now they're going to have to real look where does it hit the fan and then judge. And this being Arizona's ballpark and that being in their ballpark and they hit it, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets overturned.
So is it a double, runners second and third, or is this the 6th home run that Jimmy Garcia has given up?
Remember in Chicago, it happened to Justin Turner, and he got the home run sign, but then was told to be stationed at third base.
But that was a deflection off the netting or the stanchion holding up the netting. This appeared to be a fan leaning over, and from our look and your look at home, it appeared as if it deflected off his forearm or wrist as he was leaning over. Marty Foster and Mike Winters. Foster the third base umpire and Winters the crew chief are listening. They're watching on the big board here and listen to the folks back in New York. So this is a 2-run swing, this decision.
Well, the ball definitely deflects off the fan's arm. It's just that they're going to try and rule that if the fan's arm wasn't there, would it have cleared the fence?
So it's a 2-run decision.
Yeah, we could be looking at second and third.
Well, his hand is over, and it kicks up off his hand.
Well, the ball definitely goes up.
Well, they're about ready to remove the headphones. Let's see what they're going to do.
That's it's going against the Dodgers. Watching the reaction. The ruling on the field is a home run, and if it's going against the Dodgers, they're going to say not enough evidence to change the ruling on the field. It is so hard to predict what they are going to determine in New York.
So for Tomas, his 4th home run. For Grandal, the 6th home run he has given up. And the Diamondbacks, down 4, have pulled all even. Took 3.5 minutes to come to that conclusion. So this crowd of 24,215. Watching a brand new ball game unfold.
Jimmy Garcia hadn't thrown a ball for a long time. He threw one warm-up pitch as Rick Honeycutt was coming to the mound just to get loose a little bit, but that's the only pitch he's thrown in the last 4 minutes.
Peralta took a called third strike. Goldschmidt singled to right, and Tomas homered to left. And a fly ball, left field, and Ethier is there. 2 out. Jimmy Garcia has given up now 6 home runs in 34 innings. It looked like he'd been riding his ship over the past week to 10 days.
He's really good when he's down by the knees, and he's really good when he's up by the shoulders and they're chasing it. But when he gets that one around belly button high, that's a miss. He's been getting hurt. There's a quality pitch right there. I know it's a ball, but he's down there by the knees. Every once in a while, he'll drop his elbow and come underneath the ball, and that's when it elevates into the hitting area.
Castillo 1 for 2, his 15th start with the Diamondbacks, and he grounds it to third. Backhanded by Turner, and the long throw gets the catcher, and the inning is over. A 1-out single by Goldschmidt. He extends his hitting streak to 10, and Yasmani Tomas with his 4th home run of the year. It's a new game as we go to the 7th. Wednesday night, July 8th, a week from Wednesday, when the Dodgers take on the Phillies and receive your very own Hello Kitty plush presented by Time Warner Cable. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Yasmani Tomas with his 4th home run of the year, now has 29 runs batted in. 2-run home run for Ahmed in the 5th, a 2-run home run for Tomas in the 6th. And we are all even for 4 as we head to the 7th. And 3 of the 4 Dodger home runs have come by way of the long ball. Ethier, Grandal, and Peterson. Gonzalez still kicking himself from the 1st inning when the Dodgers had bases loaded, nobody out. And he bounced into a 4-6-3 double play. Dodgers would end up scoring a run, but dreams of a big inning went up in smoke. Alan Webster, the Dodger one-time prospect, had nothing. He was knocked out in the 4th, 4 runs and 5 hits. As Gonzalez fouls it back. Adrian has bounced into the double play, got a board on an error, and fouled to the catcher.
For the last month or so, Adrian's been kind of in a tailspin, only hit .238 over the last 28 days. But in the last week or so, he's hitting .364, so he's looking like he's starting to come out of it.
Had 3 hits yesterday. And was 1 for 4 on Saturday. 0 for 3 tonight. Chafin in the 2nd inning of relief. That is 3-1.
Those 3 hits yesterday, he started to pepper the ball to left and left center, and that's when he's really swinging the bat well. He can turn on it and hit the home run to right field. But when he's hitting it line to line, you know he's comfortable at the plate.
Taking all the way, the count is full. Puig on deck and Ethier to follow. In the last year and a half, the Dodgers have taken the Diamondbacks' milk money. Since 2014, the Dodgers are 22-6 against the Diamondbacks. They've won the last 7. And basically, in the last 7 games, the Dodgers have outscored the D-backs Got 6 runs to 2.5. Out hit them 273 to 238. Out homered them 17-7. But we're all tied at 4-4 here in the top half of the 7th inning. If you're just joining us, Mike Bolsinger lasted 4 innings fighting the effects of food poisoning. Gonzalez takes a leadoff walk here in the 7th. It's the 3rd leadoff walk given to the Dodgers tonight. Peterson in the 1st inning would come around to score. Puig led off the 5th and would be left stranded at 3rd. And now Gonzalez is at first base with a leadoff walk here in the 7th. Andrew Chafin in his 2nd inning of relief. Puig 0 for 2 and a walk. Puig walked 3 times yesterday. And you mentioned earlier, perhaps the walking may have something to do with that blister on his hand.
Yeah, he might be healthy enough to play and healthy enough to swing the bat effectively, but he does not want to just be up there flailing and taking as many swings as normal. So maybe that anxiety about swinging the bat and the pain that he might feel is making him a little more disciplined.
The left hand is heavily taped to keep that blister closed. Puig with 3 home runs, 10 runs batted in. Takes a strike. Enrique Burgos is warming up in the Arizona bullpen. Puig the hitter, Ethier on deck. Watch out. Oof. That was a laser off the ribbon scoreboard.
The fastball that Yasiel really attacked. And he wanted to hit it a lot squarer than this foul ball. Just beat him a little bit, deep into his stance.
1-2 to Puig. For a moment last year, Adrian Gonzalez led the National League in stolen bases. He stole one in Australia.
Nobody else had played.
And so by opening day, he led the league with 1.
Well, he should have got a good picture of that in the newspaper and framed it in his office.
Ethier on deck, Grandal to follow, tied at 4, nobody out. Top half of the 7th. Well, he's got a sore hand, now he's got a sore foot.
Breaking ball here. Gets it down by his left foot and clips the toe. Kind of gets in on Yasiel. Back in the 3rd, when he hit the ground ball that chopped off the plate that he ended up getting a fielder's choice on. Really should have, I thought, was a base hit because Justin Turner took 4 throws between home and 3rd base to get Justin Turner in a rundown. Yasiel had gone by first base long before that. If Turner's not on 3rd, they don't get Yasiel. Webster gave up on that play, so at the moment Webster doesn't throw the ball to first, for me, I felt like he gets a hit, and then they get Turner a rundown. I've never really seen that play enough to know how to officially score it.
On 3-2, Puig strikes out. What looked like it might have been ball 4.
Looked like it was high and away. They pitched him in a little bit here and there with a fastball and then a breaking ball that he hits off his foot. And then this one is out there way off the plate.
1 out and 1 on.
The effects of being pitched in and then chasing one away. It's got to feel like it's a mile away from you.
Now Ethier. With a line drive home run down the line into the right field Dodger bullpen in the 4th inning. It was his 10th home run of the year. So if you believe in numbers, here are some of them. Dodgers, when they score at least 4 runs, they're 33-4 this year. We're tied at 4. Line drive, base hit. That's going to roll to the corner. That'll get Gonzalez to third. Ethier to second. Gonzalez will be held by Lorenzo Bundy. The Dodgers have second and third with 1 out. So Ethier has homered and doubled tonight.
Well, Andre in his last at bat in the 5th struck out on some breaking balls away that were sweeping off the plate. Here he picks on one that's going to end up for a strike down the middle and was able to stay on it. Stays on it so well that he hits this line drive by Goldie and deflects off his glove down in the corner, and that sets up this 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. Adrian, once that by gets by there, you know the right fielder is not going to throw you out at 3rd from the corner.
2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Chip Hale coming out. Grandal has been a more powerful hitter as a left-handed batter. Burgos, the right-hander, is warming up. He's got the entire infield in. This may be a meeting more of what to do and how to play it as much as it is changing pitchers. Chip Hale, his first year as a manager of the Diamondbacks. And it was an instructional. Grandal homered in the 4th inning, his 11th of the year. All of his home runs have come from the left side of the plate. He's hitting 60 points better as a left-handed batter. 208 from the right side. So now the Diamondbacks have the infield halfway, kind of hedging their bets.
Back in the 5th inning off of Oliver Perez, he had another lefty he was facing, but he had the wrong helmet on. Got a base hit and told the bench to be quiet about it. Looks like they've got him on the right side with the ear flap this time.
Grandal has walked, homered, and singled to center. And he takes inside 2-0. Jimmy Rollins on deck. So first base is open. Question is how much do they want to face Grandal and or Rollins? Here's a strike.
The meeting that Chip Hale had might not have been at all about who we're going to pitch to or if I'm going to change pitchers. It might have been completely about, I don't mind you pitching to him and walking him. You want to intentionally walk him? Or do you want to pitch to him carefully? I think they decided to pitch to him carefully.
So the infield is halfway. Gonzalez little speed at 3rd. Ethier is at 2nd. So they can afford to play back because of the lack of foot speed for Gonzalez. Tied at 4. The Dodgers have left 8 men on base tonight. 3-1. Then the question is, if Grandal should walk, does Hale want to have the lefty Chafin face Rollins or bring Burgos, the right-hander, in?
They're going to put him on now.
Well, that answers that. Whoa! And Castillo with the bluff. Rollins coming up.
It's a pitch out, and it just gets away a little bit, but Castillo decides to continue on with the high throw, make it look like it got away. You see Grandal at the plate, though. Immediately, Yasmani puts his hand up to Adrian like, no, that ball didn't get away. Stay there.
So here's the deal with Jimmy Rollins in switch hitting. As a right-hander, he's hitting .261. Left-hander, .201. 6 of his 7 home runs have come as a left-handed batter. Infield remains halfway. Rollins takes outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
It's a personal at bat for Jimmy. Jimmy knows that they had a meeting before Yasmani's at bat. He knows they just threw a wide one on purpose to face him. He'd be locked in right here.
One ball and 1 strike to Jimmy Rollins. .158 with runners in scoring position for Rollins. .143 with the bases loaded.
We'll find something you can get in the air. The ball's traveling well in here tonight with the heat. Even though the roof is closed, we're in the low 80s. And we've seen some fly balls jumping.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 2 balls and 1 strike. Alberto Callaspo is in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Garcia. The 2-1. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's Juan Nicasio warming up in the Dodger pen.
You get a ball in this area to go to 2-1, and then at the 2-1 pitch, you get one a little bit more on the plate, and Jimmy's just a little off.
2-2, bases loaded. To the right side, into right field, a base hit. Gonzalez scores. Ethier's on his way home. He will score. Throw to third base. Grandal is out, but 2 are in, and the Dodgers take a 6-4 lead.
Well, Jimmy Rollins makes a nice veteran move before this 2-2 fastball. He stands up in his stance. He gets a little taller because he swung through the last one. You see how erect he is at the plate right there, and he stays on top of this one. Doesn't pop it up, doesn't hit a fly ball, hits a line drive to right field. Yasmani Grandal gets thrown out at third by Tomas, who has found a home in right field. Started the year at third base, but showing good range and a nice arm from right field to cut down Grandal for the second out. But before that, 2 runs for the Dodgers.
Gonzalez scores, Ethier scores, Grandal gunned down. And Hale opts to go against the numbers. Rollins 60 points better as a right-handed batter, and it comes back to bite him. And Rollins with his 2nd hit of the year with bases loaded, and the Dodgers take a 6-4 lead. Now here's Callaspo. Again, the Dodgers have won 7 straight against Arizona. They're 22-6 against the Diamondbacks since the beginning of last season. Callaspo on the years at .236, but since coming to the Dodgers, he's at .296. And Garcia, who gave up that 2-run home run to tie the game in the bottom of the 6th at the moment, stands to win the game. But there's a lot of time between now and the end. Inside. So Chafin retired the Dodgers in order in the 6th. But the leadoff walk to Gonzalez. Puig would strike out. Ethier would double. Grandal intentionally walked. And Rollins with a 2 RBI single to right. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers, 4 runs, 7 hits for Arizona. Callasmo lines it foul. The Dodgers, who walk more than any other team in the league, averaging about 4 walks per game, have been walked 7 times tonight. 2 of the 7 come around to score, and both of them were leadoff walks. To Peterson in the first, to Gonzalez here in the 7th. On 1 and 2. Callasmo chopper to short. Ahmed will throw him out, and that'll end the inning. Jimmy Rollins comes up with a clutch single to right with 2 out, giving the Dodgers a 2-run lead. 6-4, 7th inning stretch. Jimmy Rollins with the big hit of the game to this point. 2 out, bases loaded, single to right. That's the difference in the game as we get to the other half of the 7th inning stretch. And Juan Nicasio is now on in relief. He is the 4th Dodger pitcher of the night. Bolsinger pitched well, but had to come out after 4, suffering the after effects of food poisoning. No runs and 3 hits. Peralta in an inning, 2 runs, 2 hits, a 2-run home run. That to Nick Ahmed. And then Yimi Garcia, 2 runs and 2 hits in his inning, a 2-run home run for Yasmani Tomas. Chris Owings leads off against Nicasio, the 4th Dodger pitcher of the night.
And Juan Nicasio really in charge of restoring some order out of the bullpen. His 1.78 ERA is the same as all the bullpen components that are out there in the Dodger bullpen that are coming in this year. But they haven't performed up to par, or at least their par, so far tonight.
Peralta and Garcia each surrendering 2-run home runs, and what Mattingly and Honeycutt would love to get is a couple of innings out of Nicasio to get to Kenley Jansen. Nicasio's 25th appearance of the year, 32 strikeouts in 30 1/3 innings. overthrowing the fastball. And it's 3-1.
Trying to work that outside corner and missed with 3 of them. All of a sudden, you can't turn Owings and Ahmed into 2 guys that you need to pitch around, because the top of that order with Pollock, Peralta, Goldschmidt, and Tomas, that is the strength of this Arizona team. These are the weak hitters you got to go right after.
Owings singled in his last at bat, and Ahmed on deck hit a home run.
That's the micro. I'll look at the macro. I'm going right after him. Here it is, right down Broadway to the next 2 hitters. You guys figure out what you want to do with it.
D-backs have 3 players left on their bench. They've already used Danny Dorn.
Juan understands the situation. He is pouring it right down the middle. Yasmani's not moving the target much away from center cut. You don't want to come into the game and walk the leading lady and put the tying run to the plate.
Owings a .232 hitter. And Nicasio strikes him out.
We got him into swing mode with 2 fastballs down the middle, and they decide to go to the 3-2 slider. They started right down the middle. You see Yasmani right in the middle of the plate. Looks like a split finger. And the bottom drops out of it after looking like a strike.
Oh, we talk about shutdown innings and swings of momentum. Nicasio striking out Owings a third of the way through the 7th. Here's Ahmed, who's 2 for 2. And he takes low and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Ahmed's home run, his 5th of the year, back in the 5th inning off Joel Peralta. Nicasio's 9th pitch of the 7th inning. Rollins in. Ahmed runs well, out by a step, 2 out. And Cliff Pennington. Now with 2 out and nobody on, Pennington, switch hitter, steps in. Hasn't played much or hit much. Two out, nobody on, bottom of the 7th. 96.
Juan Nicasio's arm definitely plays up out of the bullpen. He can maintain that velocity for about 40 pitches.
So Peralta, Garcia, now Nicasio have been used, still in the bullpen. Baez, the 2 lefties, Libator and Howell, and of course Kenley Jansen. There's Libator. On 2-1. 2-2. With some gusto. A.J. Pollock is on deck. Now the 2-2. Just inside.
97. Remember, Juan Nicasio used to be a starter and then became a reliever with Colorado, and now with the Dodgers. This is his 25th appearance, only 1 start.
A 2-out single for the light hitting Pennington.
You don't want to give up the hit, but you don't want to walk him, and going right after him was the right thing to do. A 2-run lead here now with 2 outs. Make sure you stop him there at first. Don't allow the stolen base, and get Pollock out.
Pollock is 0 for 3. Pulled the string with the slider, and Pollock nearly came out of his shoes. Pollock, 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Takes outside. Last year, the Diamondbacks had a decision to make. They had Adam Eaton in center field, had A.J. Pollock. The team wasn't big enough for both, so they sent Eaton on to the White Sox, stayed with Pollock. I think both teams turned out happy with the results. Throw down to first.
Yasmani Grandal's throwing has really improved to second and to third, but right there, that snap throw to first was very smoothly done in one fluid motion and very accurately received down there from Adrian. Look at where that ball ended up.
Shades of Benito Santiago.
That was very well done and almost got him.
2-1 to Pollock. He's a tying run at the plate with 2 out. Lined into left field for a base hit. Back-to-back singles after 2 out, nobody on. David Peralta coming up.
Off-speed pitch, doesn't get quite far enough away, doesn't get down below the knee enough, so you give him a chance to get the barrel on it. We've seen a few hits like this tonight off of Dodger pitching where the breaking ball's kind of hung up.
Honeycutt says that the Batur is ready. Peralta, left-handed hitter. Still have Aaron Hill and Jared Saltalamacchia on the Arizona bench. Mattingly's making the move. What will Hill do? Or rather, Hale do when we come back? For the 7th inning. And Chip Hale stays with the left-handed hitting David Peralta, lefty against lefty. So Nicasio got 2/3 of the way through the 7th, couldn't finish it off. Peralta with a bunt base hit in 3 at-bats. Pennington is at second base. Pollock is at first. Peralta, 6 home runs on the year, is the lead run. Liberatore delivers a strike. It's 0-1. Adam faced one batter yesterday, got D. Gordon to bounce back to him. Dodgers lead 6-4. Runners go. Now it's 2nd and 3rd.
The third base was stolen on Adam Liberatore, but if Yasmani Grandal would have known they were going to double steal, Pollock was late breaking there from first. The best shot was going to second where Jimmy Rollins was covering. Pennington had third base easy.
Pollock's 16th stolen base of the year. 2nd and 3rd. Now the tying runs are in scoring position. Into left center field for a base hit. Pennington scores. Pollock scores. Peralta on his way to 3rd with a triple. And the Diamondbacks have tied it at 6.
A bullpen that has been so locked down for the Dodgers of late has really found some problems here tonight. The stolen bases set up the 2-out RBIs here. Adam Liberatore over the year has inherited 14 runners and only 4 have scored. Well, he's now inherited 16 and 6 have scored. And this ball finds its way to the gap and a triple.
Goldschmidt will be intentionally walked. From lockdown to lit up.
Sometimes it's feast or famine in your workload in the bullpen. Sometimes it's feast and famine also when the gate opens and the manager calls on you and nobody can get anybody out. And that's the way it's been tonight so far for the Dodgers. A tough break for the Dodgers when Mike Bolsinger is on a roll. 48 pitches, 34 strikes, throwing a shutout through 4. But the flu-like symptoms from food poisoning send him to the locker room. And the bullpen gate opened up and the guys haven't really been able to do the job.
That's Pedro Baez. And he is on his way in as Don Mattingly's coming to get Liberatore. It'll be Baez facing Tomas when we come back. Bottom of the 7th, we're not done yet. The Dodgers with 3 solo home runs in the 4th inning. Ethier, Grandal, and Peterson. Bolsinger was fighting the effects of food poisoning, so he lasted only 4. The bullpen has been troublesome tonight. Peralta with a 2-run triple here in the bottom of the 7th ties the score. That's your DraftKings game summary. And now it's Pedro Baez trying to put out the fire. Goldschmidt intentionally walked, not the first time. In fact, it was the 18th time that Goldschmidt was intentionally walked this year. That's 11 more than Bryce Harper, who's been intentionally walked 7 times all season. So Goldschmidt leads in that category. You don't want to face him. But then again, you're not thrilled about facing Yasmani Tomas, who had a home run, a 2-run shot in the 6th inning. It would tie the score then. Now it's 1st and 3rd, 2 out. For Tomas, it was his 4th home run of the year. Baez trying to finish off the 7th inning. As the D-backs have scored 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 2 here in the 7th off the Dodger bullpen. 6-6, 1st and 3rd. Baez deals. Tomas. Oh. See if he can hit it, big boy.
We need a step ladder to hit this ball. This is, I'm going to cheat on it and swing no matter where it is. And it was neck high
at 97.
I'd say go up the ladder on him, but you can't get much higher.
Go to the backstop. 0-1. Into right, racing in is Puig, and it goes foul. He and Kendrick giving a mad dash. And now it's 0-2. A controversial home run for Tomas in the 6th inning. Did a fan reach out and touch it or not? You be the judge. We were informed by the league it was a home run. It was a request made by the crew chief, and the Dodgers did not make a formal request of the replay. It was the umpires said, hey, we'll check on that ourselves. When they decided it was fair and square. Mattingly and the Dodgers, of course, did not agree. So now it's 0-2 to Tomas. Dodgers trying to stop the bleeding here in the 7th. Hold it to a tie at 6. Outside, there will be no throw. And Goldschmidt steals 2nd. Goldschmidt now with 14 stolen bases. 270
feet of base path given up in this inning from the Dodgers. The double steal before the triple, and now Goldschmidt, after the intentional walk, standing out there, could give him a 2-run lead if he scores.
Tomas at 316. Goes down on strikes at 98. Well, we got a drag race to the cliff. We'll go to the 8th inning. The Dodgers and Diamondbacks tied at 6. Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop at ChooseNissan.com. And by DraftKings. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com. Use promo code BLUECREW for free entry. Good pitcher for the Diamondbacks. Enrique Burgos in his 16th appearance. ERA slightly over 4. 25 strikeouts in 15 and 2/3 innings. Jock Peterson hit his 20th home run of the season back in the 4th inning. He has struck out, he has walked, he has homered, and he has grounded out. So it'll be the top of the order for the Dodgers in the 8th. Kendrick and Turner after Peterson. If anybody gets on, then Gonzalez. Well, it turns out the Dodgers and D-backs in a slugfest now. Last man standing. Shift is on. Pitch under the knees, 1-0 to Jock Peterson. Chris Owings halfway to Tucson. Peterson now with 20 home runs and 38 runs batted in. Two balls and no strikes. Dodgers were sitting pretty through 4 with a 4-0 lead. Bolsinger was sick, had to come out. Dodgers came up with 2 in the top of the 7th. Peterson takes high and away, 3-0. The Diamondbacks with 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th. So it started as a boxing match and it's turned into a slugfest. Three and one. Giants are off. They begin a series with the Marlins tomorrow night. Enrique Burgos from Panama. This is his rookie season. .6'3", 250. Popped up, short left. Peterson's done, first out of the 8th.
Jock hits him high, got a lot of power, hits him far when he hits him over the fence, but look at the run he has to take right here to catch this pop-up. This is not the easiest thing in the world, looking up at that roof.
That's Jake Lamb. That's the first out of the 8th. And Kendrick. Wide of third, into left, a base hit. So Howie Kendrick on base for the 3rd time tonight. 2 walks and a single to left.
High breaking ball. How he gets out in front of it, but he finds the hole with 2 hops. They're guarding the line a little bit, and that costs him. Step and a half and a dive, and that's just enough to get it by him.
So Howie Kendrick with 4 hits on Friday night. 1 for 4 Saturday. Yesterday, 2 hits and a walk. And tonight, Kendrick, 2 walks and a hit. So he's getting on base a lot. And here's Justin Turner. Hit by a pitch. He has 2 singles and has been struck out. 1 out in the 8th. Gonzalez on deck, and then Puig to follow. Low and outside. Borgo's just 24. He signed when he was 18, so he's gotten here. It took a while.
Sometimes these bigger, taller guys, it takes a while for them to get it all synced together. Justin Turner got a pitch he really likes. Look at the facial expression right there.
Turner 11 home runs, 36 runs batted in. At the moment hitting .326, last year .340. Kendrick leading from first.
Howie is not going to steal, and I don't think they're going to put a hit and run on. They're going to let Justin hit.
Turner hitting .342 this month. Comes up empty, 1-2. Six of Turner's 11 home runs have been hit in June. Gonzalez 0 for 3 and a run scored on deck. One out in the eighth. Two and two.
It's the action pitch. You don't want to get to 3-2 and possibly have the runner starting. So 2-2 is an important pitch for the defense.
Dodgers have hit 4 home runs tonight. Into right field. There's Tomas. I think I said 3 home runs tonight, 2 out. And Gonzalez coming up.
Baseman Adrian Gonzalez.
Now it's up to Adrian Gonzalez.
Adrian Gonzalez loves to hit in this ballpark. He's going to draw on some of those good vibes. It's 2010 coming into the game tonight, hitting .411 here.
Adrian with a hit in 7 of his last 8, but hitless to this point tonight. In 68 games in his career against the Diamondbacks, Gonzalez at .344. The big shift is on for him. Way outside and high. Chris Owings is playing as deep a second base as you'll ever see.
A, that's where Adrian hits a lot of balls, and B, he can play that deep because of Adrian's wheels. Feels like even on a routine grounder out to him, he can still get Adrian at first.
1-1, 2 out. Now 1-2.
Adrian got one down where he can handle it. The first fastball he attacked was up, but this one is down where he can just drop the head of the bat on it, and he just misses it. Just gets it a little too low.
Puig is on deck. Kendrick still at first. Top of the 8th. There goes Kendrick. Gonzalez down on strikes, and that ends the inning. No runs and one base hit. In the bottom of the 8th, Arizona's got Lamb, Castillo, and Owings coming up. The All-Star Game ballot now at Dodgers.com/vote. Voting is exclusively online and available on your computer, tablet, and smartphone. Vote up to 35 times at Dodgers.com/vote. Well, the Dodger bullpen now is rather skimpy as Peralta, Garcia, Nicasio, and Liberatore have all pitched. So you got Baez out there, and after that it's Howell and Jansen.
And not really any of them long men. So it's going to be a quick battle. Hopefully the offense can come through and these guys can put up some zeros.
So if this game goes on any length of time tonight, not only will it be an issue tonight, it'll be an issue tomorrow.
Andrew Friedman is for sure looking at the roster right now and thinking about what will happen tomorrow.
Two balls and no strikes to Lamb.
When I was a pitching coach for the Texas Rangers and we had a starter knocked out early and then it looked like we were going to go through a lot of bullpen pieces, we'd be on the phone with the minor league system, pulling guys out of the rotations there or not using guys out of their bullpen in AA and AAA just in case they were going to be a candidate. So even your minor league system starts to play shorthanded when the big leagues gets attacked.
So meanwhile, Baez falls behind 3-0. Three and one. Oklahoma City happens to be in Nashville tonight. I don't know how many direct flights there are from Nashville to Phoenix, but a leadoff walk for Lamb here in the 8th.
If reinforcements are needed, at least your time zones are flying in the correct direction.
Played a 5-inning game in Nashville tonight, and the Sounds beat OKC 4-2. Corey Seager went 2 for 3. Now Wellington Castillo tied at 6 in the bottom of the 8th. Those leadoff walks. Let's see if Baez can get out of this.
Keep the ball down here until you get ahead. Then you can go up the ladder with his 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Look for the ground ball early and then the punch out late if you get the 2 strikes.
Castillo, in his 15th appearance with the D-backs, began the year with the Cubs. He came up through the Cub organization. Then he was traded to Seattle and then sent on to Arizona. Didn't go around, according to Mike Witters, the crew chief.
Close to a strike 2 ways right there, Charlie. Boy, the pitch, first of all, looked like it might have caught the corner, and then the check swing. It just misses.
Castillo on the year 215, but 250 in limited time with the D-backs. Has 13 hits since coming over. Lamb's got decent speed. Good lead at first. And it's 1-2.
That fastball is just electric at 98. That's the biggest difference in pitching that I've seen over the last few years. I'd say the last 10 years probably. Just the amount of guys that throw above 95 miles an hour.
It's almost routine now.
They're bigger and stronger, and they can light up a radar gun.
And it's become such a specialized game, they can rear back and fire for 1 inning.
Yep. We might need longer than that tonight out of Baez, the way the bullpen is going.
J.P. Howell and Kenley Jansen, the only ones still down in the bullpen.
I can remember when I was in high school and college that the average major league fastball was somewhere around 85, 86 miles an hour. And my average fastball was probably about 89. We had a couple guys that threw 94, 95. Alejandro Pena. Tom Niedenfuhr early on through 92, 93. Then all of a sudden,
a lot of these fellas, like Baez, converted infielders. Kenley Jansen, converted catcher. Baez had the great arm from third base. A better arm from 60 feet 6 inches.
Yeah.
And this is 14th pitch. Well hit to left center field. Well hit off the base of the wall. Rounding third is Lamb. He will score. Castillo with a double, and the Diamondbacks take a 7-6 lead.
When you throw it really hard, you've got a chance to have a wider range of mistakes. But a big league hitter can catch up to a bullet, especially when it's near the middle of the plate. And this one almost cuts it right down the middle. Castillo coming into this game in this series has been hitting doubles and home runs a lot. And that's one more two-bagger.
The Dodgers may be wondering if Castillo missed first base. Gonzalez standing on the bag now.
That's an appeal play. So Baez gets on the mound, engages in the rubber, takes the sign, and then steps off. Does not call timeout, and then throws the ball to Adrian, and they appeal on Castillo missing the bag. Donnie might want him to review it with the video, and they're going to go to the headsets.
Well, it looks like his back heel.
Yeah, it looks like he does. And if a base runner misses it completely, they usually go back and touch it, especially as deep as that ball was. He probably would have still been able to get the second.
First base umpire and crew chief Mike Winters.
One of the odd jobs that a starting pitcher is in charge of on the bench on the days he's not pitching. Used to help steal signs from the opposing third base coach and manager, and used to always check on the runners, making sure they tagged all the bases.
Castillo breathing a sigh of relief. Knew it all the time. So now the Diamondbacks with their first lead of the night, 7-6. And there's still nobody out here in the eighth. Chris Owings coming up.
And this is the part of the order that the Diamondbacks will try and manufacture a run. You know, Owings has got a hit and Ahmed's got a home run behind him, but this is the bottom of the order where they're going to try and move this guy around.
It began with the leadoff walk to Lamb. Castillo's double. Seven runs and 8 hits for Arizona since the 6th inning. First time all night the Diamondbacks have reason to smile on their bench. That is a perfect bunt. And a bad throw. Castillo comes in to score. The Dodgers are coming undone. For the D-backs, 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and 2 more here in the 8th. 8-6 Arizona.
Nice bunt by Owings. Pedro Baez waves off Justin Turner, and once he waves him off, he knows that he's not going to third base, so there's no reason to position your feet to go to bluff that way. Jimmy Rollins was not wheeling. And Justin saying 1-1-1 right there. And so with the rhythm off and the throw that he normally doesn't make, it's into right field.
A single and an error. 8-6 Arizona. Ahmed bunts. That's a good one. Turner throws to Kendrick. And Owings goes to third. Dodgers led 4-0 after 4. Arizona has outscored the Dodgers 8-2 since.
Well, the bullpen that has done so well, especially these components, just all of them having bad nights on the same night.
Now Aaron Hill pinch hitting. Dodgers forced to bring the infield in. Hill at 2 1/4. 3 home runs, 18 runs batted in. Two 2-0. In the 9th for the Dodgers, Puig, Ethier, Grandal. Kike Hernandez, A.J. Ellis, Scott Van Slyke still on the bench. Baez delivers a strike. And it's 2-1. The bullpen was just so great. First 7 games of this road trip unraveling tonight. 3-1.
Really important for Baez to try and get through this inning. A, not give up the run, but to keep his pitch count down. Because they're really not going to want to send J.P. Howell out there to help him get through the rest of this game and this inning. And they're not going to, definitely not going to put Kenley Jansen out there. So his job is to get out of the inning, but also keep his pitch count down so that he can be ready later in this series.
Here's his 22nd pitch of the inning. Pollock is on deck. And the 3-2 with the infield in. Not a whole lot's gone right for the Dodgers from the 5th inning on.
It all started with Mike Bolsinger coming down with the flu-like symptoms from food poisoning. Got him out of the game early for Arizona. He was sailing. The sails got taken down once the bullpen came in.
Peralta in the 5th. A 2-run home run to Nick Ahmed. Yimi Garcia, 2-run home run to Yasmani Tomas in the 6th. Big triple for David Peralta, knocking in 2 in the 7th. Couple of hits, couple of walks, double and an error. 2 more for the Diamondbacks in the 8th.
I think Rick Honeycutt on his 61st birthday just delivered the message to Pedro Baez that, look, you okay? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, you're out here. Let's go ahead and get these guys and attack. We're not going to bring anybody else in. This is your inning, big boy.
First and third, 1 out. The only out of the inning was a sacrifice. Pollock, 1 for 4. Run scored, stolen base. Well, J.P. Howell is beginning to warm in the bullpen.
It's something they don't want to do, but they will protect Pedro's arm too. Just coming back from the DL, and you know you've only built him up to a certain place.
And this is 25th pitch of the inning. Baez last through on Friday night, struck out the side on 13 pitches in the Dodgers 7-1 rout of the Marlins. That was a game where Brett Anderson was so good. Libator struck out the side in the 8th, and Baez struck out the side in the 9th. Well, Libator tonight faced 2 batters, walked 1, gave up a hit. He was gone. Now Baez is in, and he's struggling. Aaron Hill, the veteran at first base. Dave McKay, the first base coach. Mike Winters, first base umpire, the crew chief. And A.J. Pollock, the 4th. From the Connecticut shoreline. Pops it to short left. Out goes Rollins. With the infield in, he had a long way to go for a routine pop-up. Now there's 2 out.
It's a big out. Get out of this inning now, only down by 2. You can get 1 guy on, you bring a tying run to the plate next inning.
Now David Peralta. Adam Libator in the 7th inning was called upon to face him with a couple of runners aboard, and Peralta delivered a crushing triple. That would tie the score. And now Arizona with 2 more in the bottom of the 8th leads.
There's so many places to look throughout the last 4 innings of where the Dodgers have lost this game. The offense comes through with 6 runs tonight so far, and Don Mattingly's going to make a move.
Why is he making the move? Well, the 26 pitches is a season high. As you mentioned, he was on the DL for 6 weeks. His career high is 34 pitches in any one performance. And so he is taking Baez out as much for his own good as for the team's good. And so J.P. Howell will come in to face the lefty David Peralta. 2 on, 2 out, 2 in the bottom of the 8th. 8-6 Arizona. Trying to stop the bleeding here in the 8th in his 30th appearance. To face David Peralta with runners at 1st and 3rd. 2 out and 2 runs are in. Peralta with a 2-run triple in the 7th. That would tie the score. And Wellington Castillo's double here in the 8th. would drive in Jake Lamb, who led off the inning with a walk, gave Arizona their first run of the lead, tacked on another run with a hit and an error. Peralta takes a strike, 0-1.
JP trying to stop the bleeding right here, not only for the team and for this inning, but for the bullpen.
First and third. So Baez 2 runs and 2 hits, but the 2 runners aboard are also his responsibility. 2 walks and a strikeout. And a season high 26 pitches thrown. One ball, 1 strike to David Peralta. Hitting .269. 2 for 4 tonight. Dodgers had the big shift on for him in the first inning, and he bunted up the third baseline for a base hit. Two and one, a bit high.
Ball looked awfully close to me. Let's take a look at it. Pitch track's got it at the top of the strike zone.
On 2 and 1. There's a strike, 2 and 2. So again in the 9th inning with the Dodgers trailing by 2, Puig, Ethier, and Grandal will hit. Rollins is 4th. Van Slyke, Hernandez, and Ellis are on the bench. But Howell has to clean up the mess here in the 8th first. Seventh pitcher of the night for the Dodgers. The 2-2 on the way. And the count is full.
Adrian Gonzalez would be behind Hill at first, covering a little more ground.
So on 3 and 2, Hill off and running from first. There he goes. Here's the pitch. And the bases are loaded.
Now you got a challenge. One of the best hitters in baseball at the plate. Bases loaded, 2 out, no place to put him. Already down by 2, and the momentum is headed in the wrong direction.
The late great Skip Carey, longtime voice of the Atlanta Braves, would say in these situations, the bases are loaded, and I wish I was too. Three walks in the inning. The leadoff walk, Lamb. He would come around to score on Castillo's double to left center. A bunt base hit and an error scored another run. Arizona with 2 runs in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Lead at 8-6. Goldschmidt 1 for 3.
Yasmani Grandal went out and talked to J.P. Howell prior to the first pitch right there, because this is something they probably did not prepare for. J.P. Howell is not a matchup left-hander, but a left-hander that if he's in a key situation, he's not being brought in to pitch to Paul Goldschmidt. So the only way that this was going to happen is if they're at the back end of the bullpen, nobody's left but Kenley Jansen, and there's bases loaded, 2 out.
So basically, the only way this could have happened is the way this has turned out.
Exactly.
Uh-oh. Owing scores. Hill scores. The Diamondbacks can do no wrong, and the Dodgers can do no right.
They got him to foul off a pitch on the first pitch on the outer half, but this one he pulls more towards the inside, and you see where Yasmani's glove has to reach, and he has him out in front, but when you get a hitter out in front, you want the ball to be away, so there's no more swing left. It was in, and there was plenty of swing left.
Well, a good portion of the crowd feel the verdict has been returned. Tomas, the 9th batter of the 8th inning. Eight runs and 10 hits for Arizona since the 5th inning.
On a night when Rick Honeycutt, the best pitching coach in the big leagues, turned 61, the bullpen did not deliver him a very good present.
They blew out his candles. 3-0 to Tomas. Meanwhile, this is going to be Howell's 12th pitch. And the runners go, and the Dodgers say the heck with it.
And that's real interesting for them to do that. That's going to stir some blood in the Dodger locker room and on the bench. For these guys to be up 10-6 with 2 outs in the 8th, the Dodgers have one more at bat, and on a 3-0 pitch they're running. That will be talked about
and be remembered.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Diamondbacks have batted around. And Rick Honeycutt's going to go out and try to settle everybody's nerves. So the Diamondbacks have batted around it. It began with Jake Lamb here in the 8th with a walk. 4 walks in the inning. And Jeff Lamb is coming up. Jake Lamb. Here's an unsettling number looking ahead. To this point, the Dodger bullpen tonight has thrown 104 pitches.
It's a complete game in some days.
Yeah. Peralta 19, Garcia 20, Nicasio 19, Liberatore 7, Baez 26, and Howell's about to throw his 14th. Last 14 Diamondback hitters have gone 6 for 8, 5 walks and a sacrifice. Lamb's second at bat of the inning. This is the 8th game of this 10-game road trip. It began in Chicago, then to Miami, and now here in Phoenix. And it's also the 32nd game of 34 games in 34 days. Strike 3, that ends the inning. But the damage has been done. 4 more runs for Arizona. We'll go to the 9th. Diamondbacks 10-6. And the Dodger bullpen, which had been so good on this road trip, came apart at the seams tonight. Here's Brad Ziegler to clean up the details of his 34th appearance.
See, he's been real good when given save opportunities, but this would not be one with a 4-run lead.
First time this month he is in a non-save situation. 9 for 9 in save tries this year. So Puig leads it off, and the sidewinder delivers, and Puig, first ball swinging, slices it foul and out of play. So a tough night at the office for the Dodgers. Here's the 0-2, and Puig with a fly ball to right field. Tomas is there. That's the first out of the ninth. The Dodgers had won 7 in a row against Arizona. Beat them 15 out of 19 last year. And the Diamondbacks, well, the Rattlesnakes took a bite out of the Dodgers tonight. Despite 3 home runs all coming in the 4th inning for the Dodgers. Ethier hit one. Grandal back-to-back hit one, and then Jock Peterson hit one a long distance. But Bolsinger was terrific in 4 innings, but he was suffering from the effects of food poisoning. And once he got sick to his stomach, it seemed like everybody caught it. Peralta, Garcia, Nicasio, Libator, Baez, Howell, and Ethier with a 1-out single here in the 9th. Ethier with 3 hits, a single, double, and a home run. Grandal is homered and singled and walked twice.
Catcher Yasmani Grandal.
But 107 pitches thrown by the Dodger bullpen tonight. And again, finally, their first day off in more than a month come Thursday. But they've got 2 more games to play.
Yeah, 4-4 on this road trip now that didn't start out real well in Chicago, but got turned around at the end of Chicago, and 2 out of 3 in Miami. And now to be at 500, 4-4 on the road trip if you lose this one. 2 big games against these D-backs the next couple nights.
Carlos Frias and Ruby De La Rosa tomorrow. So this is one of those nights that goes against the numbers. Dodgers coming into the game were 33-4, scoring at least 4 runs. They've got 6 and they trailed 10-6. 35-19 when hitting at least a home run, and they hit 3. And they were 20-1 when getting 10 base hits. And it looks like they're going to be 20-2. One ball, 2 strikes to Grandal with Rollins on deck. Into left. 2 out.
Pulling for Jimmy to get a hit. Keep his average on the rise. And in some ways you want the game to just be painfully over, where they can turn the page and get back at it tomorrow. You still got one last breath here.
Rollins 1 for 4 in the 7th inning. Like he had the Dodgers' biggest hit of the game with 2 out. He'd single in 2. Give the Dodgers a brief 6-4 lead. But then the D-backs would score 2 in the 7th and 4 in the 8th. And there's your story. Nothing in 2. For the Dodgers, a strike away from being put out of their misery on this Monday night in the desert. To the right side, Owings has it, and that does it. One that the Dodgers never saw coming, as Arizona comes up with 2 runs in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th, and the Dodgers a crushing defeat, 10-6, 10 runs, 13 hits, 1 error, 7 left on for the D-backs, 6 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, 10 men left on for the Dodgers. Now it's time to take a look at the Lexus play of the game. Wellington Castillo, with his double in the 8th inning, providing Arizona their first lead. They would tack on 3 more, and it was then game, set, and match. That's going to do it from Phoenix. For Alana Rizzo, Oral Hershiser, Charlie Steiner say good night and goodbye. We will send it back to Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan, and we will talk to you again tomorrow.